Good morning, everybody. The meeting is now called to order. We will begin with a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Wynn, will you lead us in the pledge?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the United States.
Thank you. For the record, this is the board meeting of February 11th, 2020. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Villapudua.
Present.
Supervisor Patty.
I am here.
Supervisor Wynn.
Here.
Supervisor Elliott.
Here.
And Chair Miller.
Here. Thank you. Okay, first up are recognitions and presentations. So I'm going to ask the clerk of the board to introduce the item and read the recognition.
Our first recognition this morning is in recognition of our outgoing Human Resources Director, Ted Swick, who is retiring on February 21st after nearly 6 years with San Joaquin County, having started on May 14th, 2014. On behalf of the board, I'd like to invite Mr. Swick down to the podium and to receive a plaque presented in recognition of your contributions during your tenure with San Joaquin County.
I'm presenting this to you in recognition. We're very grateful for all of your work here, and it's been a pleasure. I'm going to turn it to my fellow board members, and then I'm going to ask you to step up and perhaps make a few comments.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes, good morning. Ted, it's a pleasure working with you the last few years. Done a good job for our county, and you worked hard, and I appreciate everything you did for our community.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you. We're all going to echo the same praise, but we really do appreciate your steady leadership in your department and for San Joaquin County. We've been to the benefit of your hard work and your dedication. We appreciate that, and good luck in where you're going and what you're doing next.
Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you. Ted, you've taught me so much in the 6 years. In fact, you came just before I was elected. And I want to thank you for your patience, certainly for your advice on our numerous items and also the challenge we faced over the last 6 years. You've been phenomenal in the way you've handled those. And again, I have to point to the patience part of it because I know for so many times it's been challenging to get through some of these issues. But they've come out, I think, to the benefit certainly of the county and their residents. And I think that your contribution certainly will be long remembered. And I want to thank you for educating me on so many things. And I wish you the very best in the future.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you. Ted, thank you for all that you've done over the past 6 years. The position of Director of Human Resources is a key role to fill here at the county, and you've done a great job at doing it in every way. So I just want to thank you for all that you've done, all the effort, all the attention to detail to make sure that things were taken care of. And best wishes in whatever comes next.
Mr. Swick, you want to make a few comments?
I would. Well, first I'd like to say thank you, obviously, for this recognition and for all of your kind words. I'd also like to say I think we all understand that you don't get to stand here in a position like this without having been supported by an excellent staff. And we've seen a great deal of turnover in our staff in the last almost 6 years, but I'm very excited about the core group of experienced employees that we have, and I'm excited about some of the talented new employees we have brought on board as well. And I've had the last couple of weeks, obviously, to spend with Brandy Hopkins, the incoming HR director, and I'm very confident that the staff that I'm turning over to her and the relationship that's already been built there between her and the staff is really going to carry us forward very well. Also, I'd like to say that I want to thank my colleagues, the other department heads. I think that they have all supported me. I think one of the features of this county is that the department heads support each other. And I think that that's important. And having worked in organizations where that's not true, it is very much a pleasure to be able to rely on your counterparts. And when I look at those counterparts, I realize we've replaced over 15 department heads in the last just almost 6 years that I've been here. That's a lot. I mean, that's a very significant number, but I would submit that it has not negatively affected the organization. And I think that that's a testament to the organization itself and its resiliency. I think it's also a testament to Monica's leadership. And Monica's leadership to me has always rotated around two things. One is set clear expectations. The other is demand accountability. And it's easy to say, but it's not easy to do. And I think, frankly, I've become a better administrator here as a function of having worked with Monica. I would also say thanks to the board. You're the foundation on which the rest of us work. Your ability to reach consensus has been remarkable. I mean, the number of 5-0 votes that you have is very impressive and is, again, something that I've not always enjoyed in the past. And it's a great source of support to the department heads. And not only have you been able to reach consensus regularly, but you've stuck by it with us. And so I really appreciate your support. It's been a privilege to work here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ted. We'll miss you. Clerk?
Our next recognition is a proclamation of February 2020 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County. And as I read the proclamation, I'd like to invite Bert Brown and Gary Cooper to the podium. And the proclamation reads, whereas grand juries are crucial components of California's justice system, and whereas, like other California counties, San Joaquin County has a grand jury composed of individuals who dedicate their time for a full year to serve in the grand jury system. And whereas the primary duties of the San Joaquin County Grand Jury are to investigate and report on local government operations to assure that the responsibilities of these governmental entities are being fulfilled efficiently, honestly, and in the best interests of the public. And whereas the California Grand Jurors Association and local chapters strengthens juries statewide by providing training, tools, and techniques to assure that each jury operates under the same standards of efficiency and integrity to which they hold local government. And whereas it is appropriate to provide a designated opportunity to recognize the efforts of those who have volunteered and continue to volunteer their time and service to advance the work of the San Joaquin County Grand Jury. And whereas the reward of being a grand juror is the satisfaction received working with fellow residents of the county to improve local government for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of February 2020 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month, presented this 11th day of February 2020.
This board is very supportive of the work of the San Joaquin County Grand Jury. That's not always the case with elected bodies. I know there are some that see your work as perhaps a thorn in their side, but this board has always been very supportive of your work. We consider it part of our process of continuing to improve the way we deliver government services to the residents of San Joaquin County, and that you are a really important part of that process of helping us identify where perhaps we have gaps and where we need to improve. So we truly appreciate your work. We look forward to working with you, and we especially appreciate the very positive way that you provide your comments, especially to the Board of Supervisors. So I'm going to turn to my colleagues and see if they also have some comments. Supervisor Villapudua?
Really just want to appreciate everything you do for the community, and I know the grand jury is a tough job, and you guys have put a lot of effort into it, and just thank you for everything you do.
Supervisor Patty?
You guys do a great job, and it's oftentimes a thankless job, but it's an important job. It's a watchdog. It's a oversight of the civility in our community and the services and how we are conducting ourselves as bodies of government and as citizens. I think it's highly important. I know you guys are always looking out for where there may be concerns. So if you were to consider Miguel is a person that you want to pay attention to in the future. All jokes aside, we greatly appreciate everything you guys do in the community. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you. Grand juries are made up of residents of this county who represent all of us, and I want to thank you and your members, because without them we would have nothing to hold us all accountable as local government officials. I've dealt with the grand jury as my terms as a mayor and council member, and also on the board of supervisors. I always appreciate your reports because it's an objective outside look at sometimes things that we're blind seeing ourselves. So you provide a tremendous value certainly to this board and to city councils and other government agencies, but at the same time provide a tremendous service for our residents to make sure that we're doing our job the way that they intended us when they elected us. So thank you and your staff.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to recognize the grand jury's efforts by declaring this Grand Jury Appreciation Month, because it is a significant, very significant investment of individual time and resources and effort throughout the period of an entire year to participate in this process. So we greatly appreciate the hard look that you take of various governmental functions, and we want to thank all of those who step up and participate as members of the grand jury.
Would you like to make a few comments?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Bert Brown, and I'm the president of the San Joaquin County chapter of the California Grand Jurors Association. I'm grateful to be here this morning and accept on behalf of the chapter Board of Supervisors proclamation proclaiming February 2020 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month. I wish to extend my thanks to Mr. Gary Cooper. He's the foreperson of this year's civil grand jury, as well as to the other 18 members who serve with him. They are to be commended for their hard work, tireless dedication, and year-long commitment in their service to the residents of San Joaquin County. I believe the privilege of serving as a grand juror comes with many rewards, including the satisfaction of making a worthwhile contribution to the improvement of our community and continuing a centuries-long tradition of service. Grand juries are one of the oldest forms of government, with roots going back to 12th century England. The Massachusetts colony established the first formal grand jury in the United States in 1635. California has recognized the civil functions of the grand jury since our state's inception in 1850. There are several individuals I would like to thank and recognize today for their invaluable service and guidance that they provide to the grand jury throughout the year. Most especially, the Honorable George J. Abdallah Jr., Judge Advisor of the San Joaquin County Grand Jurors. Honorable Judge Shapuri Villapudua, Presiding Judge of the Superior Court. Mark Miles, County Counsel, Scott Fichtner, Assistant District Attorney, and Rosa Junquero, Court Executive Officer and Jury Commissioner, and Teresa Martinez, Staff Secretary to the Grand Jury. San Joaquin County is very fortunate to have the positive backing, support, and respect from these fine individuals. Many thanks go to the members of the San Joaquin County chapter for their hard work and great contributions they provide to the chapter in order to ensure the quality of our grand jury system. Our chapter is proudly made up of former grand jurors and our purpose is to tell the story of the civil grand jury and to support the efforts of each year's civil grand jury. We accomplish this through a community outreach, recruitment, education, and training. While we have many goals, one important ongoing goal is to help increase the diversity of the applicants wanting to serve on the grand jury by collaborating with various organizations representing the diversity of our county. In conclusion, I want to sincerely thank you, the Board of Supervisors, for your dedicated service to our county and for recognizing the hard work of the civil grand jury. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to say I really do appreciate your recognition on behalf of the civil grand jury. It is definitely an honor. We are truly humbled by being able to serve the citizens of this county in the manner which we do. I want to extend a thank you to this body. You've always been very supportive. I do also want to extend a huge thank you to the Superior Court, Judge Abdallah, and you've heard Teresa's name mentioned several times. She should be commended for all she does for us. We also look forward to being able to say that we are standing on the shoulders of those that have gone before us, and we do appreciate all that they've done with the association. Thank you, Bert, for all the words you said. And we're looking forward to, as we move toward the end of the year, to present a report that we can stand on, that the community will look at, the citizens will look at, that you all will look at, and know that as volunteers, we are putting our best foot forward in order to serve this county of San Joaquin. So on behalf of the Civil Grand Jury for 2019-2020, my name is Gary Cooper. I'm going to say thank you to you all.
Thank you both. If you want to join me here, I've got your proclamation. Okay. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda. We request that you fill out a comment form if you are going to address the board. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of your 3 minutes. And with regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. I have a stack of cards here, so we'll get started. First up is Kathleen Capusin.
Thank you, Chairman Myler, Board. I'm here today because, as you all know, that we, as the public, get 3 full minutes, which is down from 5, but 3 minutes to address. And I try and keep my business in this courthouse or whatever the hell it is, this San Joaquin County building. I don't pay $120 to go out into the public to get berated by a sitting supervisor, okay? If there's something that I do that you don't like while I'm here, there's a whole audience full of sheriffs, a whole audience full of sheriffs. And it's my understanding, as long as I don't cuss you out or threaten you, I can pretty much say what I feel like saying. It's a part of freedom of speech, okay? And what I don't like is telling me what and how you could have me escorted out of here, okay? Just do it. Don't threaten it, do it. But make sure that you do it for a good reason, not because me, along with 20 other people, stand up and tramp and rant and rave because you guys are too tight to give them $1 an hour raise, okay? You don't like that. You don't like my antics, so what? I don't like your antics either. I'm one of these type that believe all electeds should be drug and alcohol tested. And I'm not in specifically naming anybody, but I'm saying it needs to be done in all sectors of the government. You guys make life and death decisions for us. Don't you think you ought to be up to par with it? No, so don't come into the community and give me your two-bit lecture, because I don't want to hear it. I'd rather hear it up here in public where everybody can see it. That's what I do. I don't hold anything back. I don't have to. I'm a tax-paying, voting citizen. You came to me and asked me for my vote. I didn't go to you, ask you for your vote. I asked you to make things better. And that's what you agreed to do. Now you want me to bow down like you're special? 100,000 plus a year ain't enough? Not much of you have a degree up there. Not much of you have a lot of college education. Not much of you, okay? But yet you want to act like you're sitting high and mighty? You're not. You're not. You do labor just like the rest of us. Okay, that's the only difference between you and the homeless, is that labor and that job. So I hope you remember it during this election season, because I don't like a lot of your campaign managers. I don't like a lot of your antics. I don't like how you spend our money on stupid stuff, stupid advertising, hit lists to hit and characterize and damage good people when you yourself are sitting dirty. I don't like it. Now, if you want to have me escorted out, you may, sir. If not, can I say, you like me or not, I don't care. Been through worse. Because you're the one running for office, so you should be trying to impress me, not the other way around.
Nancy Lamb?
Hi, good morning. I'm Nancy from Stockton 209 Cares. Some of you actually know me. I've met with Kathy Miller, Miguel. I came here today to tell you a little bit about the CARES program that we started in August. The CARES program is a community accessing resources, empowering sustainability. We work with the homeless out here in the community. Part of that program is getting them either established back with their family, getting them into a job, or getting them clean and sober. The CARES program goes out in this community 3 days a week. And what they're doing is they're not cleaning up the encampments. They are cleaning up the illegal dumping that's been going on in this city. From way out north, east, west, all the way out south. From August to February 1st, not including our community cleanups we do, they have actually hauled off 149,520 pounds, which equals to 74.76 tons of garbage. This is garbage out Kelly Drive, out Fox Creek, out East Side, just sitting on the side of the road. You know, and it's the homeless doing it here. The county, you guys have a homeless task force, which could actually implement this more than I can. I'm just a person in the community, you know, with the grassroots organization. You guys, as a board of supervisors, can step up and make this bigger, get this county clean, actually put them to work. I've got a young lady right now, 26 years old. All she's known is drugs and alcohol. She has a month and a half clean and sober now working on the crew. You know, our phases are, you're clean and sober, you show me that you want to show up to work, and you show up every day to work. Once you do that, then we start sending you out on job interviews. You know, I've placed 3 people back at home with their family. We've placed them in the shelter. I've had 5 since August get jobs. And this is something the county could be doing, you know, on a bigger scale. Like I said, I'm only one person out in the community doing it. You guys got the resources. Let's work together. You know, I've contacted Miguel. I've done some cleanups with Miguel. And like I said, our cleanups are not in our numbers that we've cleaned up. That was done as a community. Our numbers are just the CARES, the homeless out cleaning up our streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay, Nancy!
Matt Schaefer?
Good morning, esteemed board members, and thank you for taking the time to hear the voices of the San Joaquin County nurses. My name is Matthew Schaefer, and I'm the CNA representative for these impassioned nurses for the last 6 years. It seems not that long ago that we stood before you and presented many of the same issues that you will hear today. While through mutual agreement we were able to make strides in improving the staffing at the hospital in the last negotiations, there is still so much that needs to be accomplished to bring San Joaquin County up to the competitive employer of choice for nurses. We capitulated and came to an agreement last time to preserve the hospital's trauma status, and many of our concerns were left unresolved at the bargaining table. That won't be the case this time around. We implore you to listen to these nurses and their concerns, as they truly are the heart of patient care, and they know that safe patient care is the bottom line. We have been in negotiations since November of 2018, and there has been very little progress in coming to an agreement. It took the county until August of 2019 before all their original proposals were brought out to the table. The county has outright rejected nearly all of our proposals up until December of 2019, and the small movements the county made were nowhere near what we would consider a fair language. The county has not truly bargained with us on wages and has held fast to their original economic proposal throughout bargaining. We came before this board in April of 2019 to speak to you of these same issues. Nothing has improved. We have reached out individually to board members attempting to set meetings for you to meet your employees and your constituents. The board has refused those meetings. We are organized, and in October of 2019, we took a strike vote, which passed unanimously. I stand before you today to tell you these negotiations have reached an impasse. We are scheduled for mediation next week. While we enter into these proceedings hopeful we can reach agreement with the county, I can also tell you that this county will not have labor peace now or in the future if it continues to treat labor organizations, your employees, and your constituents in this manner. Do the right thing for your constituents, your community, and your employees. Direct your negotiating teams to remove proposed takeaways off the table and come to a fair agreement for all outstanding labor agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Mertz. Kelly Mertz.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Mertz, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak out on behalf of the nurses of San Joaquin County. As the only trauma center in our county, the emergency department at San Joaquin General saw 3,500 trauma patients last year, including motor vehicle accidents, gunshot wounds, and other violent crimes, injured pedestrians, and falls. If your elderly family member has a bad fall in our county, chances are they'll be transported to the trauma room at SJGH just like mine was. Now imagine that they have to be admitted to the hospital, but of course there are no inpatient beds available. Last night the ER was holding 30 admits in our 23-bed ER, some of them for days at a time. So your family member will be held in a hallway which lacks basic hospital necessities like a private restroom, a shower, a phone to use, or a television to pass the time. There's no bedside table to hold their glasses or their meal tray. And of course, the noise of the busy ER and the glaring lights will continue all night long. And should your family member have the need to be washed up, that will be done right in the hallway as well. There's not even a curtain for privacy between them and the state prisoner and guards in the next bed just a few feet away. When it's time to go home, perhaps your family member's discharge will be delayed for hours due to short staffing like mine was. There was no one available to do the simple task of printing out paperwork, and the nurse couldn't even walk to the printer to get it because he was outside the ER in a hallway alone with his patients and couldn't leave. This is not the type of care that nurses desire to give. We are patient advocates and want to provide safe and compassionate experiences for our patients. We want ICU patients to receive ICU-level care, not to be left in the ER. Safe care includes ensuring that nurses receive rest and meal breaks. A nurse distracted by hunger, thirst, or tiredness is more likely to make mistakes. But breaks are still continually not made a priority by hospital administration. With conditions like this for patients and nurses, it's no wonder that we are chronically understaffed. Once you consider the fact that our RNs make 14% less than nurses at other county facilities and up to 25% less than nurses at private hospitals, our situation only looks bleaker. Our ever-rising health care costs are an additional drawback to county employment. My family recently changed our coverage to my husband's employer, another local hospital, and are saving almost $10,000 per year. On any given day, about half of the staff in our ER are contracted travel nurses that the county is dishing out $110 an hour to pay, along with extra shift bonuses of $400 a day on top of time and a half. It amazes me that this board will pay over $73 million for travelers from June 2016 to June 2020, but refuses to pay our own staff appropriately, nurses who live and spend their money in our community. What this all boils down to is that short staffing and subpar working conditions lead to unsafe patient care. This board's continual refusal to pay our county nurses a competitive wage contributes to the unsafe care of patients in our county. I urge you to reconsider this, as one day it might be your loved one in our trauma room. Thank you.
Fazia Richmond.
Good morning. I'm Fazia Richmond, and I've been with the county for 13 years. Good morning, supervisors, and thank you for listening to us today. As our bargaining has dragged on with no end in sight, and this board has not been hearing us, we have reached out to other members in our community and people in political power to inform them of issues we nurses are facing today, as well as our negotiations. I will now read a letter of support that you should have received in the last week from Kathleen Galgiani. After I read the letter, I will submit a copy to the clerk board in case the board members have not received it in their office. Dear San Joaquin Board of Supervisors, I recently met with the members of California Nurses Association who expressed concerns over current negotiations of agreement between San Joaquin County and California Nurses Association. It is my understanding that the 730 nurses who work for San Joaquin County have been in negotiations for over a year now. There is a general concern that proposals put forward thus far have been unacceptable since they would negatively affect the delivery of quality patient care. Furthermore, concerns were raised that negotiations have been dragged down by substantially substandard proposals. I think we could all agree on the importance of nurses who are on the front line working under difficult conditions to take care of our community. I'm afraid that prolonged negotiations will only diminish recruitment and retention efforts. Many of my constituents were hit hard by previous staffing crisis. I'm concerned that a prolonged labor dispute will result in the loss of many qualified and compassionate nurses. Given the prolonged negotiations, I would appreciate your attention to this situation, and I believe that the time has come for you to step up to help settle and come to a fair contract with the nurses of San Joaquin County. Sincerely, Kathleen Galgiani, State Senator, Senate District 5. Thank you.
Kim Barriga.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kim Barriga, and I've been with the county for 15 years this October. As a nurse working for the county, we take care of the most vulnerable populations, those that are sick, less economically well off than other patients in our surrounding hospitals. Our patients need more than just warm bodies to fill those positions. Our patients deserve to have trained and experienced nurses to provide their care. We must remain competitive with surrounding hospitals to be able to retain existing nurses and recruit nurses that have experience. However, the county negotiation team has proposed changes which would take us in the opposite direction. Through mutual agreements in the last negotiations, we made strides to bring us into a competitive range with competing employers. Those strides made in last negotiations were just to catch San Joaquin General up to the other hospitals in the surrounding area. County paid less than the market rate for this area, which resulted in frightening staffing crisis, which put patients at risk at San Joaquin General almost lost its trauma standing. Since that agreement, the competing employers have begun to pull away again. We must remain competitive as we will face the same staffing crisis we did in 2015-16. Beyond competitive wages, here's a snapshot of things our nurses are fighting for to make patients safe in our county facilities. Comprehensive workplace violence language, guaranteed break relief nurses, guaranteed resource nurses, improvement in the language surrounding charge nurses not having patients or care assignments, a guaranteed lift team, and uninterrupted float pool orientation. Here are some of the things the county is proposing. Eliminating some pay categories, which if we agree to, would reduce 141 employees in pay by 2%. Removing our voice from the process in selecting health insurance providers for employees. Float pool holidays for new employees with lesser flexible holiday structure. Delete the lift team requirements in the MOU. Eliminate callback overtime and restrict extra shift premium pay. If we were to agree to the county's economical proposal, many of our nurses, even the most experienced ones, would be at a negative 1% over this next 3-year contract. This is unacceptable. While we remain focused on patient safety and improvement of care, the county's ability to recruit and retain nurses, the county is only interested in their bottom line.
Thank you. Moj, Vicky?
Hello, esteemed San Joaquin County Board members. My name is Vicki Hodge. I'm a nurse from the San Joaquin County. We, the nurses of San Joaquin County, have been in negotiations with the county for a successor MOU agreement since November 2018. In that time, the county has proposed a total of 29 proposals that erode current contract language and/or nursing practice standards. These takeaways proposals would severely impact the county's ability to recruit and retain experienced nurses. Prior to the negotiations of 2015 and 2016, San Joaquin County faced a terrifyingly dangerous nurse staffing shortage due to subpar contract standards. The nurse staffing shortage almost resulted in the county losing its trauma standing. Through mutual agreement, the county and us CNA nurses made great strides in the 2016 agreement to shore up safe staffing levels, but more is still needed. The county still struggles to recruit and retain nurses. From January 2016 to August 2018, 375 nurses have left the county services. A significant number of those nurses have left to seek other employment. The county, to fill these gaps in staffing, is required to spend taxpayer dollars, including state CDCR funds, on temporary agency nurses rather than investing in committed nursing workforce. In fact, from January 1st, 2016 to August 2018, this county spent $25.7 million on temporary travel nurses. If the austerity measures proposed by the county were to come to fruition, the county will quickly lose any competitive gains made from the 2016 agreement and will face another staffing crisis. While we remain focused on safe patient care and improving the county's ability to recruit and retain nurses, the county only seems to be focused on the bottom line. For nurses, safe patient care is the bottom line. We, the nurses of San Joaquin County, call upon the Board of Supervisors to direct the county negotiation team to remove all county proposed takeaways from the bargaining table and to negotiate in good faith. We believe it is in the best interest of the county and our community to focus on measures that will best serve the population we care for. Thank you for your time.
Donnie Elam.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, and thank you for listening to us today. My name is Donnie Elam. I've been a a nurse at San Joaquin General Hospital for 3 years, and a member of the CNA bargaining team. As our bargaining has dragged on with no end in sight, and this board has not been hearing us, we have reached out to other members of the community and people of political power to inform them of the issues we nurses face in our day-to-day work, as well as the history of these negotiations. I will now read a letter of support that you have received in the last week from Assemblywoman Susan Eggman. After I read the letter, I will submit a copy to the clerk of the board in case the board members have not yet received it in their office. Dear Supervisors, I am writing on behalf of the 730 San Joaquin County members of the California Nurses Association, who have been in negotiations with our county for over a year. During a recent meeting in my district office, our nurses expressed concern about their potential changes in their contract that might compromise delivery of quality patient care. As you know, San Joaquin is in a diverse county currently experiencing strong financial health. Qualified, compassionate nurses are essential to the success of any healthcare system, and weakening these nurses' contracts could diminish the county's ability to recruit and retain the best employees. Because we want the current negotiations for a successor agreement to be fair to employers and employees alike, I am pleased to express my support for an equitable contract for our nurses. Sincerely, Assemblymember Susan Eggman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Marissa Lozano.
Good morning, Board, and thank you for hearing our concerns today. My name is Marissa Lozano, and I've been a nurse with San Joaquin County for 5 years. I would like to review a few numbers with you and your constituents today. In December 2018, the county's own wage comparison found that San Joaquin County pays its nurses 14.58% below the median wage of all other county-owned and operated hospitals across the state. 70% of those county hospitals surveyed pay their inpatient and outpatient nurses the same. This county does not. 15.62 is the percentage at the end of 2019 that the county was behind in nurses' wages compared to surrounding area competitors, which is not including Kaiser or UC. When Kaiser and UC are added into that equation, the wage gap grows to just under 27%. 375 is the number of nurses that left the county service from January 1st, 2016 to August 2018. $21,763 is the least amount to train one new nurse on a med-surg floor at San Joaquin General Hospital, which is one of the least expensive floors to train a nurse on. Therefore, $8.16 million is the least this county would have had to spend to train the replacement of those 375 nurses that left. $5 million is the amount the county had to pay in 2000 alone for overtime costs to cover short staffing. $25,779,541 is the amount of money the county spent from January 1st, 2016 to August 2018 on temporary traveler nurses to cover shortfalls in staffing. So when this county claims their economic proposals to their labor groups are designed for long-term fiscal health of the county, I question, is it more fiscally healthy to throw money away on temporary non-invested employees? Is it fiscally prudent to continually have to spend money to train nurse after nurse that just turn right around and go out the revolving door to seek alternative employment? This county has made a commitment to its citizens to provide health services and a hospital to care for your constituents. It is time this county and this board commit to ensuring they have the appropriate level of nursing staff to care for the community by investing in this vital resource. Thank you.
Dapuli Suthar.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Dipali Sutara, and I'm a registered nurse working at San Joaquin General Hospital for the last 13 years. I'm proud to be working there and serving the community that deserves the most care. There is a whole lot have been changed in the last 13 years. We proudly become a stroke center, level 4 trauma center, which is now a level 3 trauma center with neurosurgeons, cardiovascular surgeons on duty for 24 hours for our patients. We went from paper charting to electronic charting. And to top it off, now we have a brand new wing added to our hospital, which our patients deserve. Our patient population has increased over the last few years. Unfortunately, the one thing that has not changed, and if any has gotten worse, is staffing crisis at San Joaquin General Hospital. This staffing crisis is directly affecting our patient care and patient safety. Our patients are more sicker and requiring longer hospital stay due to various reasons. Because of this, the wait area has increased in emergency room and also has taken about 2 to 3 days for patients to be admitted on the floor and to have the bed available. The patients are stationed in the lobby area of the emergency room where they have very little to no privacy, and this rushes for early discharges of patients to meet the need. For almost last 2 months, we have an average of 15 to 25 patients waiting in emergency room for the bed available, and amongst this, there is an average of 2 to 4 ICU patients holding in emergency room due to bed crisis. With the opening of the new building, I think we have lost about 10 to 15 beds, and the impact is directly shown in the number of patients are holding in our emergency room. Due to all of the above, nurses are given more responsibilities and work that puts their license at risk. Hiring new nurses at San Joaquin General Hospital has never been a problem, but the problem is retaining them. The nurses are overworked and very underpaid and underappreciated at San Joaquin General Hospital. Due to these facts, the nurses leave the job to get paid better and work in safe environment with the resources that they need. Because of constant hiring and training, patients are not getting the constant care that they need for the patients. San Joaquin General Hospital says we are here for our patients, but we're not able to do that. Nurses at San Joaquin General Hospital is the heart of the organization, and they need to be paid competitive wages in order for them to stay. If not, more and more nurses are going to leave for better opportunity, and county will be wasting more money in training new staff and paying more to the travelers and registry nurses. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mabel Lamb. Mabel Lamb.
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. My name is Mabel Lamb, and I'm a political organizer with CNA. As our bargaining has dragged on with no end in sight, the board has not been hearing us. We have reached out to other members of the community and people of political power to inform them of the issues we face in our day-to-day work, as well as the history of these negotiations. I will now read a letter of support that you should have received last week from the San Joaquin Calaveras Central Labor Council. After I read the letter, I will submit a copy to the clerk of the board in case the board members have not yet received it. Dear San Joaquin Board of Supervisors, we recently met with members of the California Nurses Association who expressed serious concerns over current negotiations for a successor agreement between San Joaquin County and CNA. The 730 nurses who work for San Joaquin County have been in negotiations for over a year now, with no end in sight. Union members have reported that the county bargaining team, with direction from County Administrator Monica Nino, has come to the table with an approach to seriously weaken the existing contracts at the hospitals, including, but not limited to, changes to healthcare provisions, minimum qualifications to classifications, and relaxation to float procedures. Changes to these provisions would mean that quality patient care delivery would be compromised. The county is unnecessarily pushing economic and non-economic proposals that are below area standards at a time when the county is experiencing strong financial health. To continue dragging out these negotiations is ineffective and irresponsible use of both local and state resources. We are concerned that the county's intransigence will severely diminish the county's recruitment and retention ability. As we all know, nurses are on the front line when it comes to taking care of the patients and work under difficult conditions to take care of our community. Our constituents were hit hard by the staffing crisis 4 years ago. We cannot continue to afford losing our most qualified and compassionate nurses. We are calling on the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors to hold County Administrator Monica Nino accountable and help settle a fair contract for the nurses of San Joaquin County. Respectfully, Isa Hernandez, Secretary Treasurer, San Joaquin Calaveras, Central Labor Council. Thank you.
Sally McGinnis.
Good morning. My name is Sally McGinnis. I have been a nurse at San Joaquin General for over 10 years. Today, I have a letter from our bargaining has dragged on with no end in sight, and the board has not been hearing us. We have reached out to other members of the community and people of political power to inform them of the issues the nurses face today as we work as well into the history of these negotiations. I will now read a letter of support that you should have received in the last week. After I read the letter, I will submit a copy to the clerk and for the board members who have not received it yet. This is from Assemblymember Heath Flora. Dear San Joaquin Board of Supervisors, I have spoken with the healthcare employees who expressed serious concerns over current negotiations for a successor agreement between San Joaquin County and the California Nurses Association. 730 nurses have been in contract negotiations with San Joaquin County for over a year. As we all know, nurses are on the front line when it comes to taking care of patients and working under difficult conditions to take care of our community. We cannot afford to continue losing our most qualified and compassionate nurses. I hope both parties can come to agreement for a fair contract between San Joaquin County and the California Nurses Association. Sincerely, Heath Flora, 12th Assembly District. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dottie Nygaard.
Good morning, Board. My name is Dottie Nygaard. I'm from Tracy. I'm a registered nurse of 33 years. I stand today just in support of my fellow colleagues here. I am not a county nurse, but I am a nurse in this district. And what affects their hospital affects our hospital. These issues are not isolated to just this community. I feel every community is seeing the bottom line cuts to what are really vital in any city or town. There's two pillars to every community, two professions that hold us all up. Our teachers, who educate us to be in the professions that we hold today, and our healthcare providers that keep us on a healthy path so we can be productive. What we are witnessing across this country is a demoralization and a unraveling of what our pillars of our communities stand on. So what we are here today is to say we have to value and put more trust into the professions that keep our communities together. And that is your job. So what we are asking you to do is to please value the employees and the contributors to our great communities in this district and hold them up. Because honestly, your job depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the request to speak that I have. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the board at this time? Okay, then we are going to move on with our agenda. The minutes are being postponed until February 25th. So we do not have any minutes to approve, and there are no appointments for today's meeting. So we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items that any member of the board wishes to pull? I'll start at this end. Supervisor Elliott?
Number 5.
5. Supervisor Wynn?
Number 3, number 8, number 9, number 11.
Supervisor Patty?
17, please.
Supervisor Villapudua?
10.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll take these items in order, beginning with item number 3.
I just want to make a comment in regards to, I don't know if Mark Armstrong's here. I haven't seen him in the audience. Oh, there he is, back. I just want to make a comment in regards to the budget, and certainly the operation of the Great Festival has been phenomenal. Not only has Mark run a very efficient and effective operation, certainly the number of events that he's scheduled and increased attendance year after year, and of course the budget increase shows that. But also Mark's involvement with the community in regards to the Take Back Lodi situation with obviously homeless encampments, et cetera, and also to recognize Mark in regards to the award Thursday night in regards to being the chosen Lodi Man of the Year, which is justifiably and overwhelmingly deserved. So I just wanted to make that comment in regards to very proud of the Great Festival and its continued operation and the contributions and certainly the benefit it provides, not just to the residents in Lodi, but certainly throughout the county and having attended those events from outside the county. So continue to grow and doing a fantastic job. And I want to thank Mark and his staff for all they do and continued success. And congratulations again on your award.
I was just notified I had a card that was stuck to another card, and so we're going to back up just a moment, and we're going to hear from Jasmine. I don't have a last name on this. Good morning. I apologize. Stuck to another card.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Delafos, and I'm a community member and resident here in San Joaquin County. I'm here to talk about Jacob Servin, who was beaten while in custody December 2nd, 2019, and wrongfully treated while in your care. We are here to still again ask and understand where the county is now by providing answers that the community has been inquiring about in regards to transparency and accountability. Community members are still urging for the release of the officers involved in the history of each officer's history of use of force or any complaints, as well as the status of the employment of these officers. We are urging the county and all agencies involved to release a timeline of events in order for the community to understand the process and protocol of the protocol investigation with dates provided. It has been over 60 days since the incident, and we're asking for in the next 30 days that there is a release of all of the ask above submitted in response from the board or agencies that will address this concern above. We also want to recognize that since this incident, we have seen changes, but know that is not enough and still leaves community members feeling unsafe around law enforcement when it does not go addressed. We also recognize and acknowledge that Jacob's case is not an isolated issue, but that there have been many other people who have come forward. The community is still resistant about the complaint process that is now available through the DA's office for people to come forward. That leaves individuals still concerned about the possibility that their cases will be swept under the rug or potentially wiped away in the wrong hands, if in the wrong hands. We also would like the community, we also like to hear more and learn about how the community can be assured that this process is completely reviewed from an outside agency or committee that does not involve that is not involved in that agency that the complaint is about. I appreciate your time and hope that we can resolve this matter by keeping lines of communications open and that the community members and partnerships are informed. May we also remember that every person that walks through your doors must be treated with dignity and the quality care, and not just for the safety of your officers and staff, but ensure that safety is upon every person who comes into your facilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next item that we have pulled is item number 5. Before that, I want to notify the board that item number 19 is being pulled by staff. That will come back to us at a later date. Supervisor Elliott, item number 5.
Thank you. This is the item on amending the county ordinance code concerning general regulations of civil defense and disaster. So I certainly have one comment and one question. I certainly agree with the proposal to change the need for reviewing and reauthorizing the continuance of a local emergency from 30 days to 60 days. That just seems to make good sense. My question concerns changing the name. It says that we're going to change the name of the Emergency Services Council to the Disaster Council. I'm just curious, what's the significance of changing emergency services to disaster? Isn't that the same thing?
Well, it is the same thing, sir. We have asked to make this change because it will make it more consistent with the California State Emergency Services Act. This is what the state refers to this board as, or this body as, and we just thought it would make it a little more clear whenever we're referring to that council that was authorized by the state through legislation.
Okay, so the state authorized a disaster council.
Correct. Sometime over the last 20 years or so, I haven't been able to determine where that change was made. Our county made that change to the Emergency Services Council, and I kind of am understanding that maybe time keeps changing, and so legislation at the state level changed. So we're just changing to be more consistent with their recommendations.
Okay, but otherwise the functions that they have and the responsibilities, et cetera, remain the same.
Correct. Everything remains the same. We just wanted to clean up the language.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 8. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you.
Really 8 and 9, we can probably take them almost together, one after the other.
Well, actually 9 and 11 are probably two that I combined just for information purposes. As I read the staff report, it does talk about, using this position for outreach and basically public information, et cetera. But it does say, it says the relations program for large county departments. So what county departments would that include that would be provided this particular service?
The classification was designed so any county department could request this allocation as part of their budget. However, currently the only department who has had this request is the district attorney's office. So this action, we were requesting that you would allocate the position to the district attorney's office. However, in the future, other county departments could utilize the class if they had such a need.
So it wouldn't be this particular person, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then it talks in there about the fiscal impact. It talks about the district attorney's budget. Is the district attorney funding this particular position for the remainder of the year?
Yes.
Okay, so it's out of the current budget that's been already approved.
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm assuming next year it would be the same way that the district attorney would fund it.
Supervisor Wynn, I'll respond to that question. That will be a new allocation. So that will increase the cost of the district attorney's budget as a result of the addition of this position.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate that, and I know there's been talk about, public information specialists, public affairs, whatever you want to call them. And I have no problem with that. I know the board and the CEO's office and our participation in various organizations, we do use, specialists, so to speak, consultants, I'll use that term periodically for the message and press releases and those types of things. I guess my only concern is I firmly believe that oftentimes the best messenger is the person who is responsible, would it be a department head or the board of supervisors, the CEO's office, et cetera, because I find those to be the most effective, getting the people who are actually involved as opposed to a press person who may not have maybe all the information, but more importantly, didn't make that decision. So I'm okay with it now, but I guess it'll come up in the budget discussion in regards to this particular position in the future.
And we could make sure that it's a separate discussion as a result of the 2021 budget proposal.
Okay, I appreciate it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Item number 9, Supervisor Wynn?
Well, actually, 9 and 11, I know HR is involved, and I guess my question would be in regards to more of the progress that obviously HR is making, but more importantly, what the medical examiner's office is doing, because we really haven't heard a lot in regards to how this is coming together, certainly with coordination with the sheriff's office and the transition. So I was just curious as to, and maybe HR has the answer as to, where are we and what's the future lie in regards to a complete transition from sworn staff, deputies, to non-sworn staff. And I also understand the position that you're allocating to oversee the operation and the qualifications, et cetera. But again, it's just, we've kind of had, just kind of no information for, since we passed this. And I just curious as to where we are and when we're going to get this process completed.
Through the chair to Supervisor Wynn, we are, in a methodical way, implementing the board's direction with respect to the medical examiner. Obviously, we have Dr. Hunter on board, and he has been, successfully interfacing with the office of the sheriff and performing the work as necessary. Now, as we need to support that, we've brought forth both the medical examiner, investigator, and trainee classifications. These are the investigators, as you've mentioned, who will be civilian investigators and not the sworn officers who've performed this work before. And we expect to be able to hire individuals based upon the specification that we presented to you, and for an interim period, they will serve along with those officers who will remain assigned to this duty, and hopefully through attrition or through hiring of a adequate number of civilian investigators, will eventually replace those in the who are sworn officers. We have had the opportunity to meet and confer with the DSA to discuss the changes in the relationship, and I think we have cooperation all the way around in terms of where the Office of the Sheriff is with regard to this matter, as well as the DSA and the Medical Examiner's Office. The other position that you mentioned is a management level position currently that is essentially managed by a sergeant within the sheriff's office, and that individual's responsibilities will be transitioning to this other civilian who will be responsible for the management of the department on a day-to-day administrative basis, while Dr. Hunter retains overall control of the entire program. So this is just really, from my perspective, the building out of the framework that you and your board has laid out for the medical examiner process, and we look forward to having it successfully completed. We're certainly shooting for July the 1st of this year. I'm certain it won't be entirely completed by that time, but we hope to have some individuals hired and moving forward. In addition, there's going to be physical movement here that Dr. Hunter is going to begin operating out of offices in the hospital as opposed to his current location. And so that is really in preparation for ultimately providing a facility for the medical examiner going forward.
Well, I appreciate that. I guess, it's just kind of like, we passed this and it happened, and we went through the search process to find the best individual for that medical examiner position. A couple of things, and I know maybe you know an answer, but it sounds to me like there's been a lot of planning or preparation in regards to this eventual transition, total transition over. But things like, for example, if you talk about a sergeant and 5 deputies who are currently doing that particular responsibility, will those positions be evaporated? In other words, will they be based upon the number of openings? Will they just be, disbanded essentially? I'm assuming the bodies would be put back in the operations or wherever they would go with the sheriff's department. But is there an expectation that the sheriff's department would then pay for these additional non-sworn positions in addition to the deputies and the sergeant?
Well, through the chair, my understanding is the sheriff has an adequate number of vacancies available to absorb these positions, and that is certainly our intention. Obviously, the specific staffing responsibilities is within the sheriff's discretion, but we would expect these individuals to be absorbed by the office of the sheriff and assigned other duties.
Okay, and eventually, I'm assuming that based upon the deputies themselves, obviously they would be reassigned to some other department within the sheriff's facility. But also, the question arises is, and I understand that the number of vacancies, it's an ongoing struggle, certainly for the sheriff and for other departments. But I'm assuming, let's say, hypothetically, if we ever get to a point where we fill all the positions, vacant positions in the sheriff's department, the deputy positions primarily, would these particular 5 non-sworn positions be added to that allotment, or would they be then transitioned from the 5 deputy vacancies over to the sheriff's budget?
I don't believe that's the case. We have, and Monica might want to address this in more detail, but this is all being done under the budget of the Healthcare Services Department. And so these employees are going to be hired, paid through the budget of healthcare services. The existing employees, in terms of the morgue attendants and the clerical support staff, are also being moved to the budget of healthcare services, and it will be managed as a healthcare services subdivision without any administrative connection or budget connection, I should say, with respect to the office of the sheriff.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. I appreciate that. Thank you for the information. Maybe at some point in time we can have Dr. Hunter maybe come and give us an update on where he is and where he expects to be by July 1st or whatever the transition date is.
We definitely will, Supervisor Wynn. But I do want to share with this board, as part of our first quarter report, we gave an update of the number of autopsies that had been conducted. I think we brought that report to the board the first week in December. I apologize, I'm not remembering those exact numbers of those outcomes, but we were in line with some of the numbers that Dr. Mitchell in the original report had suggested. On a positive note, I saw Dr. Hunter yesterday because we're trying to make progress on the new construction and design of the morgue and office facility. He did hire recently a brand new pathologist, so he does have another full-time pathologist. I know he is still utilizing the services of 2 part-time pathologists that were part of the original pathology group and independent contractors that we used previously. I wanted to also, we also mentioned as part of the first quarter report, the proper disposal of those remains. I believe we've dealt with roughly 60% of them, so that has also been dealt with. So there's been a number of things that have been accomplished in the first 7-8 months, potentially now, of Dr. Hunter's hire. But we could definitely ask him to come and give the board an update as far as where he sees, what the future lands. And we may want to bring him as part of the final budget hearing so that then he will have had 12 months of activity to provide to this board. And hopefully we've made additional progress in regards to the new facility also.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm just interested in organizational structure. And for example, in health services, where does he stand in the overall hierarchy, so to speak, of that particular department and their responsibilities and how they interact with each other? So again, information obviously is helpful, but I think at some point in time, you're probably right that when we do the budget hearing, that Dr. Hunter can come in and share with us what he's accomplished and what he. And it's not just that numbers are fine, but I'm interested not only in what he's done as far as bringing the organization together, as to his vision, which he presented to the board, but more importantly, see if that vision has changed in any way, from July 1st of this year on. So again, it's just a matter of information, just being apprised, because there are questions periodically come up and I can't answer them. Thank you.
We'll make sure we schedule him as part of our final budget hearing consideration.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you. Item number 17. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pulling up number 17. This is a discussion on retroactive approval of agreement with Community Partnership for Families of San Joaquin County for a total of $413,000 to provide employment and training services to CalFresh recipients from October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2020. I would like to see if we could request maybe get an update, an overview of the clients being served, some of the net results, and how effective this program is working here in San Joaquin County for the residents.
Excellent. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Through the Chair, I'd just like to introduce that this is the CalFresh Employment Training Program. We operate in partnership with a Community Partnership for Families of San Joaquin. They've been a tremendous partner with us in our efforts to increase the employment and earning capacity of CalFresh recipients through our efforts to remove barriers to employment, increase wages, and skill attainment. I've asked Meredith Baker to come down and share some of the exciting results of what's going on in the program and perhaps some return on investment.
Good morning, board. So I'd like to get into some of the outcomes in just a minute, but I'm a budget person, so I want to look at the money, and I'm very fiscally conservative, and so when I look at programs, I want to look at is this an effective use of taxpayer dollars? And so the $413,000 in the contract, of that, $117,000 is from the 100% Supplemental Nutrition Service federal CalFresh block grant that comes to the county. The remaining $296,000 is a 50% federal reimbursement that our county would not have if we did not leverage local and private dollars for this program. So we're bringing dollars down to the county, and I think it's important to highlight that we're the only county in the state of California who has figured out how to leverage local and private dollars to bring money back to their county through CalFresh E&T, and it has it's highlighted our county. It's put us on the map. I think it has given us the ability to provide feedback to the state and to the feds to encourage them to continue the CalFresh E&T program and to not cut it. And during the Farm Bill negotiations last year, I spent 3 days on the phone with Harris's office, with Sonny Perdue's chief of staff, and to ensure that this program wasn't cut, because we are having good outcomes and because we are able to leverage and truly create a public-private partnership. So this last year, we have 124 active participants and recent graduates. 50% of those have had past involvement in the criminal justice system through AB 109, felony probation, drug or DUI court. 83 of these our total are currently employed, and over the last year, they have earned $2,184,000 and paid about $400,000 of state and local taxes. If those 63 who have criminal justice involvement would have gone back to jail, that would have cost our county $3 million. And so when we think about investing in individuals and providing them a pathway to employment, it's a huge ROI for our county. Plus, we are bringing over 100,000 private dollars from outside, even outside of the state, back locally to San Joaquin County and leveraging those with federal dollars. We have participants who are working at Tesla, Stockton Unified School District, sterile processing agencies, and recently we have just hired one of our graduates who is extremely passionate about reaching out to the AB 109 community. He went through our program, finished his 18 months last year, and has applied for every single job that we had open for about 6 months. And so we finally hired him, and he's a true testament and success story, and he's living near one of our family resource centers and just got married 2 days ago. So we're very proud of our participants in this program.
Well, as a quick follow-up, that's exceptional results and a great job, and I know there's a team effort to make that happen. My next question is, how could we do more?
I think, we're actually working with Newsom's office right now. One of the limits on this program is that it is a federal reimbursement, and as the contracted provider, we have to fund the program at 100%. and then wait for a federal reimbursement. So you think about this program starting in October, we're cash out $400,000. And so to expand it, we need a federal prepayment to the county, which is something that I've actually been talking to Secretary Perdue's office about and Newsom's office about, is opening up a federal prepayment for CalFresh ENT to counties nationwide. I know that's something that the feds have recognized as to why other counties can't have this program, is because if you have that contracted provider to pay up front, it's a huge risk for a nonprofit, and to have a nonprofit locally that has the budget to be able to sustain a prepayment like that is unlikely in most counties. We have taken on the risk because we believe in the program. In order to grow it, we need significantly more private dollars or a federal prepayment to be able to pay that cash up front.
Mr. Woods, is there any potential we could have through some of the funding in any of your multiple grants and things that come through your offices, any possibility we can form any type of greater partnership?
So we'll continue to look for other funds to expand this program. Actually, the funds in the current year were slightly reduced compared to last year. So unfortunately, in terms of the federal dollars that are being allocated, they've been going down. Our caseload has been going down in CalFresh as well, so it's really a reflection of that. But we'll continue to look for dollars in other programs to offer employment training to participants, for example, in CalWorks. I think that if there's opportunities, we'll continue to work with Community Partnership. They've been a tremendous partner. I really like to thank them for being resilient with the state and federal timelines that we've been working with. We submitted a plan some time ago, and it did take the state quite some time to approve that plan. And again, they've been tremendous partners in that respect, and also coming up with the private dollars. So we'll continue to look for opportunities to leverage our existing dollars and expand this program as much as we can. Because it really is a tremendous program with great results.
It is demonstrated by what you've shared, Ms. Baker. Is there anything that would jeopardize the program at this time, or do you feel that it's comfortable, you're comfortable moving forward as the status quo? Is there any risk right now as the program's running and any shortcoming of funds?
No, I think we knew that it was it was approved in the budget to eventually have approval of those plans. The federal timeline and then the state timeline is we're taking on that risk. I don't foresee that not happening. I think for me, the biggest thing that I'm doing is focusing on the private side. So in a week and a half, I have a presentation to about 40 foundations down in Southern California. And that's really my goal, is to increase the private side, because if I can get those private dollars, then that helps pay for that cash up front.
Excellent. And last question would be what else could we do in San Joaquin County to expand the program so it's working with, maybe with WorkNet or other agencies? Is there anything you've had in mind or we could do?
Well, I think taking a larger look at all of the current workforce development and employment training programs that we have here in the county, and you've seen my little map that I draw of all of our different programs and where funding can be leveraged and where we're duplicating services. And so that is something I'm working on, I think, across the county. There are some workforce development areas where we are duplicative and where we could leverage resources for specific training opportunities, whether that's paying on a cost per participant, where CalFresh pays back CalWorks, to be able to have programs that are inclusive. One of the problems is that we have so many streamlines of funding that are limited to eligibility, and so then you have programs or courses where you have to be on CalWorks, or you have to be a WIOA participant, or you have to be CalFresh in order to be eligible to go to that program. I think there's some things that we could do to streamline that. It's going to take some work, but I think it's possible.
Okay. I know we've met in the past and talked about things like this, so I look forward to that next meeting. I know we're all busy, managing what we do, but I appreciate all your efforts and the great results. So I know at some point we'll have maybe more conversation with this board about that future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Mr. Woods,
Yes.
in terms of federal prepayment, is that something we've discussed in terms of building it into our legislative platform and discussing with CSAC? If this is something that's holding other counties back, it seems to me that we could more effectively advocate for it if all of our counties were together on it.
So we have not included in that platform to date. I think this timeline that we experienced this year was a little bit more extended than last year. Sort of brings to light the fact that we may want to include that in our platform in the future.
I think we should consider that, and also up through CSAC. If we can have the entire organization advocating for the same thing, we've seen in the past many times, it amplifies our voice and makes our advocacy so much more successful. So let's see what we can do. If that's a way to help grow the program, and also not just here, but grow it in other counties, I think we should pursue that. And I have one other board member here. It's not telling me who.
It's me. Real quick.
There you go.
First of all, I appreciate the comment in regards to the duplicity of programs. We do have a lot of programs that kind of overlap, et cetera. And I know they have sometimes different requirements, but it's something we need to look at, because there's no use in duplicating, especially administrative costs, those types of things, which can really go to those in retraining. The second part of it, I just have to comment, because I visit your facilities and I've seen what you do and all the service you provide. These things don't happen in a vacuum. I mean, it takes somebody like yourself to champion, to really take the leadership role in regards to making these connections and conversations, et cetera, because without your input, a lot of people may not even be aware of some of the complexities or challenges that these type of organizations face. So I just want to thank you for your efforts. I know it's tireless. I get your Friday newsletter every week, but I do thank you and your staff, because you are visionary and you do work hard to provide certainly the greatest benefit for our residents, and certainly for the future in regards to job training. So I just want to comment on that and thank you and all that work with you in accomplishing those goals.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the questions we have. So I am looking for a motion to approve consent items 1 through 27, accepting item number 19, which has been pulled and will come back to us at a later date.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the motion is approved 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to our morning public hearing. We're going to conduct a public hearing and approval of proposed General Services Department fee schedule for the Hunter Street parking garage. Cunningham, you want to kick us off?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, council, CAO Nino. My name is Marcia Cunningham, General Services Director. This morning, the General Services Department is requesting that you conduct a public hearing on the proposed fee schedule for the Hunter Street parking garage. The proposed fees are intended to maintain service levels expected by customers parking at this facility without shifting the costs of the service to the taxpayer. Notices of the public hearing were published in the local newspaper. Copies of the board letter have been made available for public view at the office of the clerk of the board. Upon opening the public hearing, staff will give a brief presentation including an overview of the garage, followed by any questions the boards may have regarding the presentation. At the conclusion of our presentation, we will request that you, Madam Chair, take public comment on the proposed fee schedule. At this time, Madam Chair, it would be appropriate to open the public hearing.
Thank you. Any immediate questions? Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing and ask if there's any member of the public wishing to address the board on this item. I do not have any cards. Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing. And I'm going to ask if there's any additional questions or comments from the board? Staff? Then Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. In the staff letter here, we talk about the 16% increase in fees that were requested by the City of Stockton, citing unsubstantiated costs. So what were these unsubstantiated costs that were causing the request for an increase of 16%?
So they are going to have to do an upgrade on the current system that they use. They did not understand for sure what the cost was going to be, so they just were requesting a 16% increase so that they knew that the overall cost would be able to be covered.
Okay, and then as we mentioned last time we talked about this topic, I think it's very commendable that the county is looking at an opportunity to save $37,000 annually on this. But I'm curious as to why the county costs are so much less than the City of Stockton's.
Nicole, I'll let you touch base. Should we walk through the presentation?
Sure, so sorry about
Go
that.
ahead.
We had a brief presentation for you that would cover some of those questions for you, but it's really about what they need as a whole. So the Hunter Street parking garage is the only county-owned parking facility in the downtown core area. The City of Stockton owns all of the other areas, and so they contract those services out to a third-party vendor that provides those services. And so all of those costs are spread amongst all of the parking garages. So what we would need in order to run the garage, and our needs are a little bit different than what the other needs are for those garages and the services that we would need. So they have several members of management that are included, and so our costs just were a little bit less. It actually worked in our favor this time. Sometimes it always doesn't work that way. This time it actually did for us.
Okay. Well, that's great. And then I want to ask my usual question. So are these fees that you're proposing here, are these fees limited to the amount necessary to provide the services for which the fees are charged?
That is, excuse me. So yes, it is for what we're using to operate, maintain the garage, but then some of those funds have always been allocated to offset some of the facility management costs as it relates to the craft workers in those positions and the day-to-day needs. So it's used twofold.
Okay, so you're saying that some of the fees are not being assessed to provide the service?
Directly related to the garage? Yes. Yes. So there's events that take place during the year that there's additional revenue that's gained off of these events by keeping the garage open on the weekend. A portion of that money does go to offset what we have to do to operate that, but there is a net amount that we collect off of operating that garage. And that was the case also with the City of Stockton when they were operating the garage. And it's used to offset the general fund need for the facility management budget.
Okay, so I thought let me direct this question to the county council. When we're charging fees, aren't we supposed to charge the fee based on what it costs us to provide the service that we're charging the fee for?
Generally, that is the requirement, that the fees are limited to the amount that it costs. But what I hear Ms. Cunningham saying is that an element of this fee goes beyond the direct operation of the of the parking garage and covers the part of the overhead that's contained within the facilities management budget for the efforts that they provide for the oversight of that parking garage.
Okay, so then would it be logical to say that even though some of those fees are to pay for the overhead, they are actually being used to provide for the service that we're collecting the fee for?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so then are you willing to change your answer to yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you mentioned you had a little presentation. Do you want to go ahead and go through that, or do you feel like you covered the information?
If there's no further questions, then I think we're set to move forward.
Supervisor Wynn, question?
I understand Supervisor Elliott's concern in regards to, the legal charging of fees. However, when I look at the comparison to other parking garages, actually we're the lowest. We're equal in the 75, but we're lower on the other. And I guess, and maybe, I don't know, whether it's Cunningham or County Council can answer, but this is a lack of a better term, a commercial operation where the public comes in and uses that facility and pays a fee, et cetera.
For special events, yes.
Okay.
Other than that, the garage is being used for the county purpose and providing some spots for grand jury. Let me look. So there's 2 non-county employees. Other than that, it's for grand jury, jury parking, department-sponsored parking, and county parking.
And they're not charged anything, correct?
We charge the going rate of $75.
Okay, so
that's what's charged at all the other parking garage. So what we don't want to do is become competitive against all the other garages and create a situation where it's one rate here and another rate here. I think it's something too that we need to watch what happens with this program over the next year. It was difficult to get real accurate information as it related to what it was actually cost. It was costing, what they were collecting from an event perspective. One of the things that they are changing is there's 5 events that will be held. We will leave this garage open for the opportunity. Again, we don't want to impact customers or events and things that take place downtown here. So we don't want it to be closed, but one of the things the city said was they were going to no longer market that garage as being available as part of the event, which they used to do in the past. So we can do some marketing with it, but we don't know what the impacts of that will be over the next year. So we'll have to watch actually what happens with this program. I'm not concerned about the bottom line, but I think we'll be more accurate with numbers, actual cost, and what we'll get from a revenue perspective over this next year. We can only go by right now what was shared with us.
Well, I guess my question is, if the other parking garages raise their monthly fee to $85, would be prohibited to raise it commensurately?
No, we're not.
Okay. Which with Supervisor Elliott's concern in regards to the money we charge is going to the operation, maintenance, oversight, management, whatever. And then because we're already lower than the other garages in regards to special events, if they raise their fees substantially for whatever reason, we wouldn't be prohibited to raise ours another $5, which would be substantially less than what other garages charge, correct?
Correct. We would bring it back to this board to determine what we would want to do with our fees.
Okay. And I guess my underlying question is, we're not restricted on as we are with other fees that we charge for permits and all these other different services. We're not necessarily required to make sure that every dollar that is provided as a parking fee has to be commensurate with the actual cost of operation, considering all the different parts of it.
Correct. That's my understanding.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So I'm guessing that the special events that this garage would really provide a service for would be events at the Bob Hope Theater.
Correct.
because it's very, very close.
Correct.
And so what you're saying is the city had made the decision they weren't going to market this as a parking option for those events?
Correct.
Huh. Well, I would think to the public, they would very much want to know that this was available because for several reasons, proximity, but it's also far easier to get out and to get back on the freeway if that's the way you're coming to the Bob Hope Theater. So I would hope that we would market, pay attention to those events, and we would make it known that this is a parking option for people.
Sure, absolutely. And you have to understand, I guess, if I was the city too, and we had changed how we were doing business and the city took back over the garage, I certainly wouldn't expect the city would continue to market for us. You know what I'm saying? It does then, it's probably part of our responsibility and role that we would engage and advertise that it would be available during those 5 events.
Oh, sure. I think it's definitely on us, but I think we should do it because the public does want safe, close proximity parking for those events, and it does then help support the rest of the businesses downtown, including the Bob Hope Theater. So, yeah, I hope that we will continue to do that.
Yes.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Comments? Okay, then I am looking for a motion and a second to approve this item.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Approved 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, on to discussion items. Our first item up is development of a web-based donation program for homeless services. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really kind of a continuation of our November 2019 meeting where we talked about this website that we can contribute to for a variety of reasons. This is really more specific to that particular activity, and that subsequent to that particular meeting, I met with Kristen Birchwhistle at the United Way, and I found, interestingly enough, that they've been working on a very similar program in regards to facilitating the increased revenues to these particular organizations. The thought comes actually probably reading a lot of articles in regards to parking meters that are specially colored in a variety of cities, probably over the last 10 or 15 years, that have allowed residents to contribute their spare change to these homeless organizations, and then it's distributed based upon their listing as to being a legitimate homeless organization. Beyond that, though, in fact, it was probably the first meeting that Supervisor Lapuja and Patty attended in Palm Springs. We had a guest speaker of Chris Gardner, who was the person that Will Smith played in Pursuit of Happiness, and he was a very dynamic speaker and spoke of his experiences. Homelessness certainly has rise to success in the financial markets and done extremely well in regards to that. Also, if you read some of the activities he's been involved in, he's been very committed to contributing literally millions of dollars to homeless organizations. But one of the things he said in this presentation was fairly simple. He said that obviously, as we all are, approached by homeless individuals, he said the one thing he never does, he never gives money. He says because he knows or doesn't know where that money is going to go. So his approach is very simple. He says, I won't give you any money, but I will make a donation for you at an organization, obviously, that services the homeless. And when I heard that, it sounded like obviously he has the experience, especially with his support of homeless organizations. Certainly is very experienced in the homeless population and some of the things that can or can't happen. So as a result of that, in our discussion, and actually I've talked to county staff in the past about this particular method of generating revenue for homeless organizations. simply met with Kristen and her staff, Amy, and talked about what they're doing with the county as far as the website and the progress they've been making. But also, I was very impressed by their vision in regards to expanding this program and through videos and marketing and things like that. So I thought it was a perfect partnership in regards to the county, and certainly as an offshoot, the continuum of care, since they obviously are really the homeless task force, to make sure that those organizations that desperately need additional funding, as we provided for beds this winter, that they receive that particular infusion of additional monies to provide more services available. And so, and with Kristen and Amy and putting this together, what I'm simply asking is that the county continue to partner with the United Way. They already have most of the materials and organizations that would be contributed to, and I think that their vision in regards to how to market this, and I think also in working with the cities, which really are the ones that probably have the most homeless in the county, that we can develop a program which would really educate our residents and visitors to our county that if you truly want to help the homeless, that the best way to do it is to contribute through a website to whatever organization you choose. And then that organization would receive that money for their services. It's been highly successful in these cities. For example, the city of LA, Marysville, Sacramento, a lot of these cities have found it to be beneficial in providing additional fundings that would otherwise would have maybe have gone to a homeless individual and possibly to their detriment, and certainly not in a way that can help them. I would probably, through the chair, ask if Kristen, who's here, would be willing to make a few comments about their vision, because obviously they have a great impact on this, and certainly between United Way and the county and hopefully the cities, we can provide a much better method by which we can contribute to these organizations. Kristen?
Appreciate that. You were very eloquent in sort of teeing this up. United Way has long had a history, obviously, of directing dollars back into the community. And with what is actually happening right now with certainly the winter planning task force, with the continuum of care, the good work that's being done on behalf of the homeless shelter providers, directing dollars, if we can, again, we use it's called a mobile cause platform, a digital platform where people, instead of giving dollars directly to an individual on the street, could actually make an immediate donation to, say, Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, or the Gospel Center Rescue Mission, or the St. Mary's Dining Room. I think these types of ease of contributions, the how you give is really important. And if we can, again, wrap that together with I think, a strong promotional campaign that's supported by, again, the county and your vision, to really direct dollars to these agencies, that would be fantastic. And we launched it with Giving Tuesday, as we mentioned, back in, I believe it was November or December, and we were able to raise very, very quickly, not a huge amount of money, but within a week's time, close to $5,000 for these agencies that went immediately to United Way, and then were siphoned directly back to, again, those agencies for use for part of the winter plan or for whatever need that they had at that time. So I appreciate your advocacy on that, and you just let us know what we can do to move this forward. We've got the digital means to do it, and the media sort of relations. We're ready to sort of launch something, whatever your vision suggests. So thank you for the opportunity. Do you have any questions of me?
I have a quick question. So the way this would work is folks would donate directly to a specific organization, but it would be routed through United Way.
Right. We're considered a pass-through organization, so it would actually come into us, and then we would again direct the dollars to that organization of choice. And again, the question is, what agencies will those be? I think we have to think about that, and I'm assuming it'll be a county-wide, so we can look at a variety of agencies that you see are really doing the most around support to the homeless. So that is a decision point for you to make as well.
Okay, and then I'm assuming people will go on, they'll use
can go on to, they could simply text to give and text to homeless, at a number, and everything would be done usually through the phone. It's web-based, and then they would immediately receive a verification and receipt, and then, of course, if it's larger than $250, they would receive letters from us for the purposes of their taxes.
So what if somebody just wants to help, but they aren't familiar with the various organizations and what they do, and how would somebody make a decision who to donate to?
We can actually give it to the general fund, and we can actually allocate that for homelessness, because that's currently what we're doing right now. So we would have just a pocket of money that we would hold aside. That would be, again, we could direct it based on the county wisdom and how you'd like us to direct it appropriately. And those are some of the decision points we probably would need to make.
Okay. I would just want to make sure that that it gets routed through the continuum of care, which we've agreed we want to use as the primary mechanism, instead of having to create a whole nother process for deciding where the money would go. I just hope we can streamline this and make it as seamless as possible into the processes we already have.
Well, I think that,
Sense?
well, it does. And actually, the intent was to go to the continuum of care. I've talked to several organizations that belong to continuum of care. They all think it's a great idea. Yeah. I think the key, and I think the other part of it, which also Kristen has talked about, is the accountability of these organizations to make sure that the money as donated has actually been given for that particular purpose. So you can't.
And then the percentage that's given that goes directly to that agency. I mean, I think that will be important to be able to report out at the.
Right, exactly. And the agency does need to be a 501c3, so we would vet that. Let's just say there's a questionable organization that someone wants to contribute to. We'll make sure that it is, in fact, a 501c3 and is viable for us to send the funds to them.
Great. Supervisor Elliott?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, a follow-on question here. So now you talked about programs that you already have. Now, there's a website currently in existence that allows people to donate toward cleaning up the county, right?
That's a Clean San Joaquin, which is a separate program. Yes.
Okay, so we've got that program. Then is there a website that you now have that's devoted toward homeless donations?
Right now, it's just through the website for the United Way, and if you wanted to direct dollars through that, that's where the actual funds would actually live, or via mobile cause. So you would just text United Way to a specific number to make a contribution. So there's different methods of giving, web-based or online, or through the mobile app.
Okay, so right now someone would have to know what organization they wanted to give it to and then donate to United Way and specify that?
Yep. That's how you identify the name of the organization you'd like to give it to.
Okay, so under this proposal, would we be creating some new website or just an offshoot of what we currently have?
I think it would still be through United Way. We would just promote it as a program for the County Board of Supervisors with the intent of directing the dollars directly to the homeless agencies that the individual would like us to give those dollars to.
Okay, so we would just be adding some additional options, I suppose, into the current ability to give to United Way.
Right. We actually, most of the homeless agencies already exist within the United Way platform. So I think everything's set to go. It's just a matter of, I think, educating and publicizing the fact that you want to drive donations to this particular site so those dollars can be contributed then to these homeless provider nonprofit agencies.
One of the things to keep in mind is this presentation is simply to gather a committee to talk about those details and then come back to the board with a final presentation showing exactly how it will work. I think one of the things that we'll certainly talk about is signage, that people will be, well, I don't know, I want to say almost any area other than just downtowns, but to make them aware, plus the marketing campaign through Continuing Care and certainly those organizations. So this isn't operating in a vacuum. And this particular presentation is irrespective of what we talked about in November. This is specifically for donations to homeless organizations. So once the committee has met and whatever cities would like to participate, we will come back to this board and make a final presentation so you all have an opportunity to approve it and make any comments on how we can adjust it before it actually becomes the total program, not just the website or the app. It's not an app, it's a website. And the other marketing ideas, video, those types of things, so that we have an opportunity to see it in totality as opposed to just this one particular component.
And I would like to add that it is our preference to be as collaborative as we can, working closely with the COC and the strategic planning leadership, with the folks that are putting together the winter planning task force. I think it's really an imperative that we actually see this as an initiative, if you will, one of many that is working in conjunction with the city, with the county, and others. So that's just has been a theme of mine for a long time, and I'd like to continue.
Well, I think there is certainly a receptiveness to opportunities for people in the community to be able to contribute to solving some of the homeless problems. So I think if we can advertise appropriately and make use of what is already in existence to make that process easier, it certainly sounds like something that would bear benefits for the community.
Hope so. In pursuit of happiness, I think so. That'd be great. All right. Thank you very much.
Hang on one sec. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions. First, for Supervisor Wynn, you had mentioned a couple of cities that this is already being utilized. Do you know the annual funds that they're bringing in by chance?
The ones, well, first of all, the article I read on LA, they just started installing them, so I don't have any late figures, but like Marysville and Sacramento, probably in the $20,000 to $30,000 a year range with pocket change. I think this is much more advantageous in regards to that because we're not talking about pocket change. Most people who hand a homeless person money usually hand them $1 or $5 or whatever it happens to be. And the other thing is this particular technology allows the individual, if they do make a donation, to get a receipt so that they have something obviously to show. I know people don't give for that particular reason, but it's just the accountability part of it to make sure that this money is directed to those particular agencies that will benefit the homeless.
And I asked that just because, in fact, when I used to live in Santa Monica, there was an active campaign that all sorts of brass dolphins. They encourage you to put change in there instead of giving to the homeless. But I wonder if any of those programs have morphed into where it could be, not only tens of thousands but hundreds of thousands. Speaking with my constituents, they would contribute money to have an impact and help out the environment that they're subjected to with those living homeless. So I was just kind of curious if there was something that had gone into the couple $100,000 a year in revenues and what that prospect could be, and which would lead to what we would be doing to market it and expand the awareness of participation, because the community does want to have an impact and help clean up the community in a variety of ways.
Well, one of the things that I didn't address because it's not in every city, but there are cities who offer like sponsorships for those parking meters. Have contributed obviously much more money than is generated through the change. I can only say this. I'm not aware of this program in existence anywhere else, so it's hard to predict, what the revenue would be. But I think it's certainly worth an effort, and we'll see, after a year what we've done. And it's going to be an evolving process. We'll find better ways to market it. And I think more importantly is what needs to happen is really the public in this county, not just the cities, but the county, because county residents and a corporate area come to the city. So all these individuals need to be aware that this is an opportunity, if they really feel that passion or compassion to individuals, that they have a way to do it very simply and quickly. And so, again, this is an initiative. It's I don't want to say an experiment, but it's certainly a way to test the waters and see how we can really advantage some of the agencies that continue care and be able to fulfill their mission.
And I would like to add, since it is in fact a pilot, for lack of a better word, their agencies, again, the homeless providers actually, they've seen a decline in donations over the last few years steadily for a variety of reasons. We would actually complement again this campaign with, and Supervisor Patty, you're aware of this, and Supervisor Villaputua, the Continuum of Care is creating sort of, if you will, an educational campaign with videos and social media that we would tie in key messaging to those visuals to really push donations and a general understanding of what's actually happening with homeless providers here in San Joaquin County. So that would be again, wraparound support to, again, the donations directly through Mobile Cause.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm guessing you just want staff direction. You want us to direct staff? You want an actual motion to?
All I'm asking for is the board to approve the gathering of a committee made up of varied participants that could answer some of the questions that have been raised here this morning, and then provide a presentation back to the board as to how we're going to fulfill this particular pilot program.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with us exploring this, and I trust staff to be able to put the right folks together so that we can properly analyze it to make sure, because one of my concerns is I don't want the county to be taking on a lot of cost for this program, and I think we have to be careful about that because we're funded through taxpayer dollars. I think we need to be careful about how we spend those dollars. But I have complete faith in our staff's ability to be able to take a look at this program, get the questions answered, and come back to us. So I don't know, rest of the board, how you feel about this.
Madam Chair, just since you're asking, I'm wondering if instead of forming a committee, Ms. Burstwhistle had mentioned that, and there is an emergency shelter committee already with District Attorney's Office, Behavioral Health Department, and several St. Mary's dining halls involved. So I wonder if that would be a suitable committee to start with, or is it something that Supervisor Wynn, would you like to helm something and create your own committee?
Well, we already have. Basically, Jolena has been really kind of the impetus for this particular program, working with United Way. So there's really one almost made up. What we're asking is, for example, the cities to participate. So I guess those committees are great, but this is really a very narrowly focused committee to accomplish it. One of the questions that came up in meeting with Chris and Amy was, they have their logo, the United Way. And their question was, should we put the county? I said, no, not the county. You want to put a logo, put Continuum Care, basically as a partner on this, because they're really the ones who benefit the most from this. And also, as you talk about the programs, Continuum Care, and if that's not desirable for the county, that's fine. But the more we can involve all the efforts in Continuum Care in regards to getting the word out to increase the revenues that support these particular programs, I think the better off we are. So these are all things that we can discuss. But certainly United Way, myself, I know city council members in all the cities. I can talk to the mayors, et cetera, see if they would like to contribute a particular individual. Because the best way to succeed on this is do it countywide. Every city, every county will have, and there are, for example, some cities use like a size of a parking sign, which would inform, but organizations could purchase their own signs, like the Adopt a Highway program, et cetera. So there's a lot of possibilities that just need to be fleshed out, and then come back to the board and share those and see what things the board likes, what they don't like, and then make a final decision, and then, as Chris says, implement a pilot program to see how this works. I mean, obviously, we can talk about it, but it's actually put it in place is the best way to see what's going to happen.
Ms. Nino, I'm sensing you have something to provide the board at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Wynn, you're correct relative to the staff work that Ms. Vore has done as a result of Clean San Joaquin, but that was very county directed as a result of the thought you brought before this board. And so what I'm hearing loud and clear, having the cities participate in something of this magnitude, I think would be phenomenal. But as we have seen, we have the continuous responders who are primarily Stockton and Lodi as part of our continuum of care. So we'll wait and have you take that lead because I don't want us as staff to come in and, do something that may be out of what your end intent is, especially bringing some of the council members along.
Well, along those lines, just to be aware, the Council of Governments is now addressing homeless issues, which is all the cities and the county. Certainly Supervisor Elliott and Chair Miller sit on that.
Mm-hmm.
That may be an opportunity because it's not going to take a lot of discussion. It's just basically, this is what we're trying to do. Are you interested in participating? That may be the start just to initiate or at least to introduce this project to the cities in a short presentation at the Council of Governments and have those representatives from the cities go back to their city councils and then have somebody participate. We don't need to keep reinventing these things.
Right.
We can use the existing organizations available to make sure that we do this expeditiously. I would hope that no later than the end of March we would have something back to the board.
Okay. As I said, I don't know if we have any significant, as part of I know Mr. Becker out of my office, this board put as part of an operating policy as part of last year's budget. So, of course, I appreciate, Madam Chair, the level of making sure that staff are being efficient about it. And so just let us know how we could come along and support you. However we can assist in not reinventing that wheel, if we need to share what we did as part of the video and how much it cost us as part of Clean San Joaquin, that was a very affordable endeavor, and hopefully we could just build upon that.
Well, I would agree, and it's easy for me to sit up here and volunteer people in organizations, but I know that Amy has done a great job with the United Way. I don't anticipate a lot of staff time, et cetera. I think a lot of the things that we've talked about here this morning are probably going to be dealt with, and then we can come back. I don't see a lot of time and committed to this. Maybe some design, some marketing, some video, those types of things, but those are already in the works, so I don't anticipate a lot of effort in regards to accomplishing this.
I'll make a motion.
Actually, I don't know that we need a motion. I think we've just provided direction to staff. Supervisor Elliott, I see you still have a request to speak.
Yes, I just wanted to add one thing here. We've talked about the existing infrastructure, I guess, that's already in place and the existing efforts and all that. And I think there is certainly a great case to be made for how an effort like this would contribute to the public good. So I don't think we would run into any legal problems with intermingling this effort toward helping provide resources that would be directed toward private agencies who are doing these things. But I would just recommend that we include county council representation on this group to make sure we keep out of any legal difficulties that might be brought as a result of this.
Okay. So do we feel like we've provided enough direction?
I think I've got enough direction.
Okay. Great. Thank you. I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess before we move to our next discussion item, so we can just take a real brief break. So we will be back here at 11:20. Everyone, be back. right, we're all back. We're going to move on to session item 2, which is a board discussion and consideration for an amendment to hemp seedling development in San Joaquin County. And this is basically a conversation to decide if we want staff to come back to the board with recommendations. So, Supervisor Patty, I'm going to turn this one over to you. This is your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked to and put this on the agenda for us to review. I've got the LaDuca family here, family friends and people I've known. We're both members of the Italian Athletic Club, as well as Farm Bureau, and people have known my father and Mr. LaDuca for a long time. So that said, I had a recent conversation with him, and here's the gentleman's their family business been in San Joaquin County for some 35 plus years, and as we all know, the agricultural world kind of shifts and moves, and people that used to grow tomatoes and might use a lot of his services growing as a greenhouse plant, a greenhouse seedlings company, have now gone to trees and moved away from that. So they've got an operation in place and would like to be able to grow seedlings for hemp, as customers are now asking of them. And we all know hemp is less nefarious. It's not cannabis, and it's the seedlings are going to be similar to what a tomato plant would be. But our current laws that we have, our ordinance restricts that there's barriers from 50 to up to 1,000 feet that would restrict and limit an operation like the LaDucas. So I wanted this board to maybe have a review of that rule as we have it currently, the current ordinance, and have a discussion. I see Mr. LaDuca's here now to talk, but kind of here for the board to discuss. Thank you.
Mr. LaDuca, would you like to address the board?
My name is Frank LaDuca. I'm the co-owner of L&L Transplant Company in Lodi with my wife, Maria. And we've been in business for about 35 years. We've been taxpayers all this time. We have 46 greenhouses in Lodi. And I'd like to commend Tim Pelican with the Ag Commissioner and the board, and especially Tom on his help for the regulations of propagation of hemp in San Joaquin County. When we got approved, we applied, and we've got the permit on 2 locations, on Morris Road in Lodi and also on Mickey Grove Road. And then after further investigation, they found out that there was a temple within 1,000 feet of our facility. It was a remodeled home, but it was a temple. It was a sensitive site, and we've since gone to them, and they have given us a waiver that there's no problem with the regulation. And the regulation is that on Morris Road, we are propagating or growing hemp for seed production. And we're allowed to be 100 feet from the property line. Okay, on Mickey Grove site, we have 28 greenhouses there, and we are within 1,000 feet from the property line, which means that we cannot propagate hemp seedlings on our Mickey Grove site. And it's no different than a tomato plant that we've been growing for 35 years, which means in some counties, I believe the regulation is the plant cannot be over, say, 12 inches tall. And we've been doing that for 35 years. So we're about 300 feet from the so-called sensitive site. And so I'm saying is that on our Morris Road site, we can grow a 3 to 4 foot tall plant and be within 100 feet from the property line. On our Mickey Grove site, we grow a 12-inch plant, and we have to be 1,000 feet from a sensitive site. And that's the only flaw I see in the regulations that have been put forward for the growing season. And so if we are able to grow the seedlings, which are no taller than 12 inches tall, like we had to do last year. Stanislaus County jumped ahead of San Joaquin County, and we had to go to Stanislaus County to propagate our hemp plants. And if we don't get approval, if we can nudge the regulation, then we will be going into Stanislaus County this coming year. And that's about the extent of the regulations.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to point out, as Mr. LaDuca is mentioning, is, little 12-inch seedling, this is before it matures. This is before it flowers. This is before it takes on any characteristic of what would be identified as a hemp plant of any practical use at all. So, I'm contending that we as a board discuss, and I know Mr. Pelican's here, but allow this business of 35 years to continue it's operation, as it always has, without any exemption or restriction on this seedling operation. So, I'll turn it back to you to conduct the hearing. Thanks.
Ms. LaDuca, do you have a statement you'd like to make to the board?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank you for all that you do. Listening to the meeting, my goodness, you have patience. As a former educator, high school and college, I dealt with students and dealt with tough decisions, and I see that you do too. I want to also commend the Ag Commission and the Ag Commissioner, Jim Pelican. We have worked with and spoken frequently with Robert Pelletier regarding this issue. We did make a visit, in fact, more than once, to the temple and spoke to I forget what his title is, but I call him the high priest. And it was interesting to me that he said, "We believe in hemp. We have no issue with you doing anything with hemp, regardless of the property line. We believe in hemp." And I thanked him very much, and I told him, we believe in hemp also. Let me point out to you that personally, this is Maria LaDuca speaking, and I'm not promoting purchase, but about 5 weeks ago, I could not walk without extremely severe pain in my right knee. I know I need a knee replacement, but I'm reticent. And I purchased hemp oil. No doctor didn't prescribe it. A friend told me, try it. To consume it, I don't consume it. I use it as a rub. I rub my knee 2 to 3 times a day. I'm walking. I could walk without the cane. I'm a little apprehensive about falling, so I do use the cane. But if you have a pain in the knee, get some hemp oil. Okay, beside that, I implore the board to consider this amendment. As my husband has said, we've been in business for 35 years in agriculture, and I would defer any questions, agricultural questions that you might have to him. But as an equal owner in the business, I have seen it change. Yes, we do not have the business that we previously had because those tomato growers are converting, a lot of them, to nuts, to almonds, to other products. Grape growers doing great with their wines. That's wonderful. We see an opportunity with hemp. We see, not THC, I am adamantly against THC. That's a personal issue. I don't ask my husband or any other member of my family, but I don't. In fact, one of my students asked me once, "You mean you've never smoked a weed?" And I said, "No, I don't. I've never done that. I don't want to. I don't need to." But it's great. You should try it. There are great trips. And my answer was, I've been on great trips, and they are with my brain fully functioning. And I don't need weed. I don't need those things to implore my usage of THC. At any rate, back to the issue. I implore the board to pass this amendment. Yes, it would benefit us. But let me tell you from the heart, I think it will benefit the county. It will benefit our constituents. We are tax-paying, respectable citizens. And I always say you could not find a straighter man than my husband. He speaks from the heart. I speak from the heart. We implore you. We have been collaborative with the Ag Department. We have been collaborative with other counties, talking to them about what has happened, what their experiences have been, etc. And quite frankly, I think San Joaquin County is way behind the time. I'm pausing to let you absorb what I just said. With this issue, I think we are behind the time. We really, really are. So I implore the board to seriously consider our heartfelt request for an amendment to this issue. And I thank you for listening to me. My husband often doesn't.
One last set of figures. On Morris Road, we're able to grow a 3 to 4 foot plant. And we're allowed to be 100 feet from a property line. Now, we grow a size less than a tomato plant on our Mickey Grove site, and right now we're 300 feet to the temple. And it's not allowed. In other words, we have to be 1,000 feet. So those are the numbers that we should be looking at. And I think the regulations were spot on, but there was one flaw in the regulation, and that's what we would like to have overturned.
I think our agricultural business benefits San Joaquin County. Of course, it benefits us, but this is our future also. Those greenhouses on Mickey Grove Road are empty. We have never had them empty. We would like to fill them. We would like to fill them with what we think and others think are beneficial things. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask our Ag Commissioner, Mr. Pelican, to come on down, see if the board has any questions.
Good morning.
Good morning. Does any member of the board have any questions for Mr. Pelican? Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you. So what implications do you see if we were to, if the setbacks were to be changed here?
Well, in this case, I don't know that it's just about setbacks. It's also about zoning. This particular location is zoned ag limited 5 acres. The current ordinance calls for a minimum of ag 20. So it's not just a minimum. It's just not. It's not just about the setbacks. And in terms of the, when we looked at the temple location actually brings the entire facility within the 1,000-foot buffer, as well as there's some other houses around there that would also cause some of the greenhouses to be within those buffers as well. So in terms of, one of the reasons that we have this is to try to avoid any complaints about odors. In greenhouse productions, there's many different types of production. Some are using cuttings, so they have larger plants in the greenhouses, which in some varieties have more smells than other varieties do. So it's not a cookie cutter thing that we can go about in terms of redoing the entire ordinance, which I think is what is on the agenda. We can always look at each individual location, but the ordinance itself hasn't even been in place for a year, so we don't really know how it is or isn't going to work. And I said from the beginning, I think at some point we'll have to come back and revisit the ordinance, but we at least need to be able to see what is and is not working.
Question. Mr. Pelican mentioned smell. Well, have you ever seen a 12-inch hemp plant? There's no smell. So that would not be an issue with the setback on the temple. But in the meantime, we're able to grow a 3 to 4 foot plant and be within 100 feet of a property line. So that is not computing.
Actually, the setbacks for all greenhouses is exactly the same. It doesn't matter what type of production it is.
Excuse me, I didn't.
The setbacks for all greenhouses is exactly the same. There's not a variance between, whether there's always, no matter what, there's in the current ordinance, there's 1,000-foot setback from any sensitive site. And it's the same setbacks from houses or other properties, dependent. It doesn't really matter whether or not you're doing seed production or nursery production.
Well, we were approved then on our Morris Road site for production of.
And that's correct. And I must admit that in going over your file yesterday, it was brought to my attention that location 2 is within the AL5 zone. It was okayed by my deputy without that. It shouldn't have been okay to begin with. I've talked to county council, and we need to take a look and see if we need to make some adjustments to how you're producing at that particular location as well. But that's something we haven't decided. We haven't talked about. I just found that out yesterday.
Okay. So I guess it would be up to the county board to make that decision.
Just a quick comment. There's no odor involved. There's no odor in what we are hoping to accomplish. Have you ever been by a dairy? Have you ever been by other agricultural places with odor? To my knowledge, and I'm not the agricultural expert, but from what I've been told, there will be no odor emanating from our properties. I defer to my husband there.
I was on a project one time building a new tomato processing plant. And at a hearing, this lady got up and said, well, she didn't like the smell of tomato sauce. And somebody asked her, ma'am, well, what does your family do? She says, well, we own a dairy. That was the end of that question.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if there may or may not be any more questions, but I think Mr. Pelican aptly points out that, this ordinance is new, and perhaps when the ordinance was passed, we didn't take into consideration things like this, seedlings and the 1,000-foot buffer that may be artificially required without any true concern of what a sensitive spot is and any ramification that may have been imagined or thought to be existing, but perhaps not. So I think what we're asking for is that this is directed back to County Council's office to maybe amend what, as Mr. Pelican points out, the Ag 5 versus the Ag 20, and as it also relates to Mr. Luduca's other location, maybe we need to just review and bring back to the board for approval a revision to our current ordinance. We certainly wouldn't want an operation with 35 years of history in San Joaquin County to go to Stanislaus with their full, complete operation and lose that business, nor, you have a great, perfectly fine facility that's empty, but could be utilized based on a customer demand for hemp seedlings. So that's I guess, I don't know if we need a motion on that, County Council. Do we need a motion?
We'll have some questions up here.
I understand. But do we need a motion to direct to you?
Yes, if you're going to have staff go back to review the ordinance and consider modifications to it, that would require a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Now, earlier, Mr. Pelican, you mentioned that the setback is the same for any greenhouse. Did you mean any hemp greenhouse or any greenhouse for any other product as well?
Any hemp greenhouse.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a quick question, then Supervisor Wynn. So it appears to me that this isn't really about setback. This is about zoning in terms of the parcels. The ordinance was written to allow for hemp greenhouses on parcels that were zoned Ag 20 or larger, correct?
Correct. So within the ordinance, it addresses setbacks for two different types of production. For regular hemp production, it has setbacks from other properties as well as homes and that sort of thing. Those setbacks are actually twice what they are for greenhouse production. But they are both Ag 20, and they do both have setback requirements.
Okay, and there were reasons why staff presented recommendations to us to allow for hemp production on parcels 20 acres or larger. So I don't know if this goes to County Council or to you, Mr. Pelican, but I'd just like to hear a little bit about the thought process, why that was originally brought to the board as the minimum parcel size. So,
Chair Miller, one of the reasons is that when we had our public hearings, one of the things that came up was people's concerns over odors, as well as the fact that I'm well aware of other counties last year that allowed production that did not have setbacks. And there were a lot of complaints regarding odor. We've had concerns from our wine industry regarding odors around tasting rooms and that sort of thing. So we were very mindful in making sure that we did everything we could to make sure there would be as few impacts as possible. In terms of nursery production, like I said, there are different types of production. You can use seed, but a lot of people are using cuttings, which require larger plants. I just talked to a commissioner yesterday who said that they have a greenhouse that is in that type of production in their county, and there are a lot of smells from that particular greenhouse. So when we take a look at crafting these ordinances, we have to keep in mind that there's going to be more than one type of production. And to try to craft an ordinance around every possible type of production would be difficult at best.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Ms. LaDuca and Ms. LaDuca, I certainly appreciate your success in regards to farming and all the crops that you've grown over the years. Obviously, you've been very successful to have that many operations, not only in San Joaquin County, but also Stanislaus County. I'm a little bit, and this goes to the issue, or at least the report, the board letter we're dealing with. The board letter talks about, due to concerns raised by some growers. Are there more growers than the LaDucas in regards to this particular issue?
I'm sorry, please repeat.
Are there more than? I see LaDucas are here, and I understand their concerns, but it says in the board letter, it says due to concerns raised by some growers. Are there other growers that are expressing similar concerns?
I'm unaware of it's the LaDucas that contacted me, and I know their operation, but I'm unaware. Maybe at the planning department they've had some questions about it.
Okay, but so well, I can assume that it's actually due to concern of one grower, not growers multiple, correct?
I'd say that's fair.
Okay, all right. And also in the board letter, it talks about this discussion should center on the immature, non-flowering seedlings with a maximum size of 4 to 5 inches tall, with the seedlings being used for further growth and development in other locations as prescribed by existing laws and ordinance. That's really probably the only detail in the board letter. And other than Mr. Lucas talking about a 12-inch, is that correct, 12-inch plant that you're talking about in the nursery? $12 inches.
On the propagation side, no more than a
Okay, I understand, and I appreciate that. However, the figure that I've looked at in preparing for this meeting is 4 to 5 inches tall, and you hit it right on the head. In the ordinance, it talks about a transplant up to 8 inches. It doesn't talk about 12; it talks about 8, which is certainly higher than the 4 to 5 inches that we were concerned about. At least when I read the board letter, that was my impression. So. I guess my question is, we've talked about things that aren't in the board letter, which I think some would may be interested in regards to county council having an opportunity to address. In regards to their concern, my point is, and looking to see what was going to be on the agenda for the Board of Supervisors today, I'm not sure they would get a sense of what we discussed so far this morning. It seems like we've gone way beyond the 4 to 5 inch issue into setbacks and certainly the Sikh temple, etc. I guess my question is, I'm a little bit concerned that maybe the information available to the public for this meeting is lacking in regards to actually the discussion we're having today. Am I missing something, Mr. Miles?
My computer. The issue that was, as I understood it, was that there was a sensitive use, and that the requirements for the setback requirements for indoor cultivation or seedlings under the ordinance is 50 feet from the boundary line of the parcel, 1,000 feet from any parcel containing a sensitive receptor, and 100 feet from residential uses, and 100 feet from off-parcel permitted residences in any zone. The board letter references generally regarding concerns by some growers regarding setbacks and the boundaries not being completely feasible, and the non-flowering seedlings with them size of 4 to 5 inches. And in reading that, I understood that the discussion was going to be centered principally on that discussion of the impact of the 1,000-foot setback. Understandably, if the plant is not flowering, that when we talk both about cannabis and we talk about hemp, most of the odor complaints arise in the fall when the plants are flowering and it's producing those odors. If the plant is not producing those odors, it's not flowering at that size or that stage, whether it's 8 inches or 4 or 5 inches, I don't know. But if the limitation on is indoor for transplant is before that flowering stage, then perhaps that is a legitimate issue to be examined. I don't think it's explicit in there, but I think that the elements are there.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, the generic language doesn't give me a lot of information, especially in regards to the zoning issue, which Mr. Pelican's raised, which would seem like all the rest of it's irrelevant if it's improperly located in a zone that doesn't allow it.
Well, the zoning issue was an issue that was brought to me mid-morning yesterday, and just to identify that we think that we have an issue on a permit that had been issued erroneously, and we've not even begun to scratch the surface on that. I've got a lot more questions that we need as we look into that.
So what you're saying is there's a lot more information that needs to be gathered before you can make a decision, Mr. Pelican, make a final decision in regards to the legitimacy of this particular development.
Well, on the particular issue of whether or not a permit was issued erroneously, yes, there's a lot more facts that need to be gathered there about what those circumstances are before any recommendation can be made.
Okay. Was there anybody have any contact with it? I would say the Farm Bureau, because they represent farmers, ranchers, growers in regards to this particular issue. Anybody? Okay. Here's my concern. Based upon the generic language, I appreciate certainly what Mr. Pelican said and the DeLucas have said, and certainly Supervisor Patty and Mr. Miles. But I don't see a lot of detail that I would have the opportunity, because I would have gone and sought some advice or counsel or whatever, because I'm not a farmer. And I know that there's been an issue in regards to a variety of crops that have been raised over the last couple of years, certainly and my district is primarily agricultural. By the way, you're in my district, and I appreciate that. And I guess I would have hoped that you would have come to me, because in addition to both of you and your family, whoever, I've got about 150,000 other constituents in my district alone, as the other supervisors have. And one of the things that I've tried to do in my public service is to not just look at the issue that you've raised with us, but also to consider other individuals who may have a position or an opinion as to whether this is a good idea. Because it isn't just you. I mean, this issue has more ramifications because it may affect other individuals in the way they approach hemp or, in this particular situation. And I can appreciate in regards to your willingness to obviously expand your crops, so to speak, and certainly understanding what Stanislaus, and I have some friends who are Stanislaus County Supervisors. We've talked about this issue. We don't necessarily agree, but we've had discussions, and they have their reasons, and we have our reasons. So I guess that's overall concern. I just think there's a lot more to this, and I, as Mr. Pelican has said, this particular ordinance is not even a year old, which, as he said, and which inevitably happens. There's always things that come up that we didn't anticipate, and then at some point in time, as with the winery ordinance and other ordinances, we revisit to make sure that anything that we overlooked or maybe misapplied needed to be revised or amended or whatever. So that's my concern, as I just don't feel comfortable in sending this to staff for changes, which some of the issues that have been raised haven't been resolved. And I would certainly like to see if it comes back before the board with a little more detail as to the things that you've been able to articulate in your presentation. Because had I seen that information in the report or the board letter, I would have certainly done more review and had a better position to make a judgment as to whether this was good or a bad thing, either for you or certainly for your neighbors. And so these are things that I have to wrestle with. I would just offer this last thing is one of the things that I was told when I came onto the Board of Supervisors in 2015 by my fellow supervisors and actually previous supervisors is that we are divided into 5 districts because we have a responsibility to handle those residents within those districts. I appreciate my fellow supervisors, but we sometimes serve on the same committees, but we vote differently because our residents or constituents are different than theirs, et cetera. It's neither good nor bad, it's just different. And so one of the things that essentially they told me, stay in my district, take care of my constituents because they need all the help they can get to make sure that their issues, as you've raised, are dealt with. And so one of the other reasons was that as we intrude into other districts, we can say a lot of things, but when it goes bad, the resident supervisor who's responsible is the one that has to deal with it, not the person who comes in and makes a statement, then takes off and goes somewhere else. So again, I appreciate what you're doing. I certainly, obviously in the past 35 years, you've been very successful, which is a tribute to certainly your business sense and certainly your agricultural acumen. But in this particular case, I have a real issue with trying to make a change on something which I didn't have an opportunity really to review and to get opinions from people a lot smarter and more experienced than I am. And also, I think it's premature to be tinkering with this ordinance when we haven't had a chance to see what all of the consequences or unintended results are to be. And so I think probably next September would be a better chance to really review this. So again, I thank you certainly for your efforts, and hopefully at some point in time these issues can be resolved with maybe a broader look at this ordinance in regards to how we can fix it. Sure.
Thought after the thought, but we are not farmers in the sense of putting them into the ground. We don't put our transplants, we grow from seed the transplants. We are not the farmers that grow the crop of hemp that has the odor. I think that's so important. We are greenhouses. Yes, we do supply agriculture, but we supply seedlings, small plants, not big, smelly cows. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
And I think that you will always listen to us, because I am a talker and I am persistent. Thank you.
I'm going to just, a point of clarification for Mr. Pelican. I want to make sure I understand you correctly, that because both of their parcels, the Leducas parcels, are zoned in Ag 5, this is not, to cure their issue is not going to require amending setback requirements in the ordinance. It would require changing the zoning requirements and lowering them to Ag 5. Is that correct?
Supervisor Miller, I am not really sure how that would work. I do know that we have, in talking with Zoe Merrill, that she indicated that we do have the ability to look at each specific site and make a decision whether or not we could do an amendment based on that specific site rather than changing the entire ordinance. But then if we do that, then we would have to do that on a yearly basis.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Merrill to come down unless County Council wants to weigh in on that immediately.
I'll weigh in on that.
Okay.
The ordinance specifically references would require amending the ordinance to reduce the zoning, as well as having to address any setbacks for sensitive uses as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Merrill?
Obviously, Mr. Miles correctly addressed that. I would just want to address the one statement in regards to when I did talk to the Ag Commissioner in regards to being able to utilize discretion, that was not in regards to zoning or the minimum parcel size section. It was only in regards to processes that the program is using under the ordinance. So I just wanted to clarify that in terms of we would never look at a discretionary application of zoning. So I just wanted to clear that up. Otherwise, obviously, Mr. Miles accurately addressed that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for Mr. Wynn had brought up a couple of concerning issues, and I'll take blame on the size of 4 to 5 inches. When I visited the Leduca greenhouse location, they showed me an example which is about 3 or 4 inches. So I and my staff just went with that 4 or 5 inch artificially, not knowing what the actual growth would be. So forgive that error. But to that point, through the chair, County Council, if we're going to make an amendment, what would be that process? Would that actually, would you define for me, would the public and including the Farm Bureau have an opportunity to view whatever that amendment would be that's proposed, so we could have what would be, I guess, a hearing, listen to all concerned parties, and then the board would decide on any changes because the public has had ample opportunity to be informed and engaged. Would that actually be the process? Because what we're proposing now does not isolate, shut out the public based on the misinformation of 4 to 5 inches. The public has not been deceived and or given false information that is going to be detrimental to what County Council would present back to us and the public. Would that be correct?
So the process for adopting an ordinance always requires an introduction and waive reading of the ordinance. And then at the next meeting, no sooner than 5 days after the introduction and waive reading, that then the board can then adopt the ordinance, and the ordinance becomes effective 30 days thereafter, unless it is an urgency ordinance, which wouldn't apply in this instance. For both the meeting where the ordinance is introduced and waiver, and also for the adoption, there's obviously the opportunity for the public to comment on those.
Excellent. And if we bring this to, as we're looking for following discussion, I would be asking, and we as the board, if approved, if it moves that direction, that staff to prepare amendments consistent with the board, the direction of the board. So that would give, again, ample opportunity for you guys as staff to take a deep dive into this, address the issues, and present what, if any, changes are viable for us to consider as a board and for the public to weigh in on.
And what I would recommend on that, if it is the direction of the board to have staff go out and look at this deeper, is to do exactly that. Is direct staff to go out and look at these particular issues and then come back to the board with a recommendation of any proposed changes, as opposed to directing staff to go out and make a particular change to an ordinance.
Excellent. Yeah, and along those lines, that's the direction I'd be looking to go with this. And I would hope that even though I mistakenly put in a 4 or 5 inch, I think that we as a board could understand that instead of having to table this and resubmit this for another meeting where it says up to 12 inches, we are essentially talking about, as it says in this reason for recommendation, that it's a centers on immature, non-flowering seedlings. And again, I erroneously put with a maximum of 4 to 5 inches tall, but we are talking about immature, non-flowering seedlings, which would have the same effect of whether it's 4 inches or 12 inches, it is a non-flowering seedling that we are referencing. So, and I would volunteer that, as again Supervisor Wynn pointed out, we do have the Leducas here, but I am also noting that this would be something that, if there are other existing nursery operations, as noted in the reason for recommendation, that we should revisit the adopted ordinance and factor in that existing nursery operations should not be treated any different. So there may be more than just the Leducas. However, being family friends, they brought it to my attention, and I've brought it to the board for everybody to weigh in and consider. So this wouldn't be a one of, I believe, I'm not looking for an exemption for one particular operator, but it's just to revisit what would be universal for all existing nursery operations as it relates to seedlings that are immature and non-flowering. Madam Chair, that's all at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. When we adopted, or when the ordinance was adopted to establish the program here for hemp in general, at that time all of the state regulations and requirements that were going to need to be met hadn't completely been finalized yet. Has all of that been done now?
That's a very good question, Supervisor Elliott. So currently what's happened is the federal regulations have been approved as of October. Shortly before that, the state approved their regulations. However, they're going through the process of, again, looking at the state regulations to make sure that they're in alignment with the federal regulations, and at that time, they present them to the USDA for final approval. Until that time, they're still looking at working under the current regulations. So there are regulations in place, but it is still a little bit of a moving target. For instance, they just passed an emergency regulation, well, actually it's in the 5-day hearing phase regarding background checks, where we're going to have to do background checks on all existing or future applicants that are going to be going through the process. So that's just an example of how fluid things are currently.
When would we expect that process would be finalized, of having the state regulations approved by the federal agency?
SB 153 required that to be done by May 1st of this year.
Okay. So would that be the logical time then for us to relook at our own ordinances and regulations to see what adjustments might need to be made?
Well, we could. However, my concern with that is, as May 1st would be the beginning of what it would be the growing season, so we still won't have gone through the process of have gone through the growing season, so we still have questions that won't be answered with the existing ordinance. What I would suggest is if we're going to revisit, that we would look at it next fall after we get a chance to take a look at any issues that we'll have this coming year, as well as the fact as USDA then will also they're actually working under the federal equivalent of an emergency ordinance where they just got done taking comments, and then they will probably be making some suggestions, I think, in terms of, but that's going to have more to do with harvest testing, pre-harvest testing and that sort of thing than it is anything else. But I would suggest that if we'll have a much better idea next fall what works and what doesn't work.
So your recommendation would be that if we're going to look at amending the ordinance, that next fall would be the optimum time to do that?
That's what I believe. Like I said, it's hard for us to tell what is or isn't going to work because we haven't seen it in effect. One of the things that we looked at when we did the ordinance is we didn't want to put any actual regulations in place that could possibly interfere with state or federal regulations, law and regulation. So what we were dealing with primarily was land use, which the county has control of. So our ordinances are based solely on land use, and when we looked at that, like I said before, we were dealing more with issues that people were concerned about, odors primarily, but there has been other things come up like trespass and things like that where people's hemp has been stolen. So there's multiple issues that we haven't really realized yet.
Okay, so what I think I got out of that was that yes, you think it would be better if we just revisit our ordinance with the eye to making any amendments or adjustments next fall.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board, comments? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Pelican, you just said something that state regulations look at more like maybe harvest or bigger issues, and at the local look at land use. So is there anything that you would believe that would happen at the state that would dictate to a county the land use as it relates to this issue?
No, Supervisor, I don't. The state has no wish to get into local issues.
So if we push this off until next fall, it's not going to, they wouldn't say, well, you need a 50-foot setback, you need an 800-foot setback, you need a 20,000-foot, minimum, anything that's going to be local.
Supervisor Patty, that's as far as I'm aware, but again, we're dealing with the state of California. Anything could happen between now and September. So,
granted, that's true. Well, what I would contend is that we have operation 35 years in San Joaquin County, paying taxes and creating jobs and industry that between now and next that period of time away, they're still paying taxes and unable to utilize their land to be productive. Which, Mr. Leduca, do I understand correctly that you have a somewhat perhaps a sister operation in Stanislaus, and you would consider shutting down your San Joaquin County and moving everything to Stanislaus?
Shut our operation down. What we would do, we would just move to another nursery and use their facility.
Yes.
Bypassing San Joaquin County.
Yes.
Yeah, we would, yeah. And we can't wait too much longer as far as getting this approved, because the 2020 growing season is fast approaching. So we'd have to be in the next few weeks being ready to propagate, to be able to grow in 2020 in San Joaquin County. And if that doesn't happen, then we miss the window for 2020 like we did in 2019.
Already missed 2019, and we were told at that time by the Ag Commissioner's Office, Robert Pelletier, that we were good to go, but then things changed. And since we are law-abiding, we respect the law, we do what we have to do concerning regulations. We know that there are others who don't within the county, and we still prevail upon you to assist us.
So I have a question for you as it comes to supply and demand. Do you have a customer base that's lined up that would like to buy from you, and if you can't provide, they'll buy from somebody else?
Oh, yeah, we've got them lined up now.
We have them at the door.
Yeah.
We have to say no.
We met with a group yesterday, and they're ready to start accepting contracts for the 2020.
For you to produce non-flowering,
Oh, yeah, we're still talking about the propagation, which would be the the way we would do it, just like we did with tomato seedlings. You put the seed in a tray, you put the tray in the greenhouse, you grow it up, and before it reaches 6-7 inches tall, it goes to the field. And there's no smell. No, if you ever smelled a 6-7 inch hemp plant, you couldn't tell that from a tomato plant.
Okay, thank you. Well, Madam Chair, I would make a motion, but I don't know if there's any other questions or from the board before I do.
I don't see any. No, I don't see any.
All right, well, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, but County Council, you had pointed out that the direction you'd like this to go, and you gave some language, but I couldn't write so quickly. What motion would be best for us to entertain?
If your desire is to have staff review the ordinance on both the setbacks to sensitive receptor sites, as well as to the zoning requirements, then that's what your motion should be. Direct staff to those issues and then bring a report back to the board.
I would do exactly that. So that is my motion. Thank you.
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that passes 3-2. So we will look for recommendations and a report to come back to the board. Okay, thank you. On to our final discussion item. Mr. Buckman.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and board members. On January 28th of this year, your board considered and denied an appeal by the subdivider of the subject final map, Shea Homes Limited Partnership, regarding failure of the Mountain House Community Services District to approve subdivision improvement agreements related to the final map. As a result of the denial, consideration of the final map, which was recommended for approval, was continued to today's board meeting. Subsequent to the board's denial of the appeal, staff consulted with Mountain House staff regarding the compliance status of conditions pertinent to the final map. Mountain House staff confirmed that it had rescinded letters it issued previously indicating that its conditions had been satisfied. Therefore, staff is unable to use the letters to verify compliance with the map conditions and cannot independently verify that the compliance with the map, or cannot independently verify that the Mountain House conditions of approval have been satisfied. And accordingly, staff recommends disapproval of the final map. The final map will be rescheduled for consideration by your board upon the subdivider's request once satisfaction of conditions has been verified. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to respond to any questions your board may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So last time when we discussed this entire issue, the primary question really was the status of Grant Line Road. So do we have any update on the status of the negotiations that were ongoing at the time regarding getting that completed and at least having a schedule we could look at in terms of when that would be appropriately addressed so that then the building could proceed?
I understand that Mountain House staff has scheduled meetings with developers responsible for delivering those improvements, and I believe they're here, and they may be able to speak to that directly.
Okay.
Mr. Pinkerton, come on down.
We have a meeting on Thursday where we're going to be going through a lot of details with the four parties involved in that construction. We're hoping that we resolve the vast majority of those issues so we can get the balance of the construction underway, and we can hopefully bring back a final agreement on an exact timeline at our next board meeting. That's been the goal since this past fall. A lot of background work has been proceeding, but the challenge has been getting all four parties organized so that they can all agree on the time schedule so that we don't have any more delays. But we're making good progress.
Great. And when did you say that next meeting is taking place?
Well, right now the next meeting is scheduled for March 11th. At our board meeting tomorrow night, we'll be talking more about whether we need to have a meeting, whether we may need to adjust that meeting date. But for now, we're looking at the March 11th board meeting to consider the four-party agreement. We're hoping to wrap it up this week or sometime early next week.
Okay, great. And then so once that agreement is completed, then you'll be able to establish the timeline as to when Grant Line Road will be, the improvements will be complete, and that will open the door then to approving this final map.
Well, we've got to get the agreement approved, and then at that point, the board can reconsider all the conditions, but Grant Line Road is the most critical condition that they're looking at right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have a question. So if we disapprove this map today, what happens?
So if you adopt the resolution with the findings contained in there, establishing that the county is unable to independently determine that those conditions have been met, then in the future, when the subdivider is able to present, whether it's on these conditions or other conditions, that the conditions have been satisfied, then the map will come back before the county. So they're not prejudiced, they're not prohibited from coming back.
Okay, great.
Okay, and just to clarify on that point then, so if we disapprove this, if we take a disapproval action today on this map, then the same map could be brought back. We wouldn't have to create a new map.
That's correct. The same map could be brought back.
Okay, great. Yes, this is a discussion item, so I'm going to ask if there's anyone else wishing to address the board on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Harris. Real briefly, I just want to indicate to you that the staff position from Public Works is consistent with the decision you made at your last meeting denying the appeal. The question before you on the appeal was whether or not this final map was in substantial conformity with the tentative map. You concluded unanimously it was not. Now we have the County Public Works Department reaching the same conclusion. It is also consistent with the conclusion that was reached by the CSD board earlier on. So you have harmony between the opinion of your Public Works opinion, and the CSD opinion that the final map is not in conformity with the tentative, which is good. But more than that, I simply want to point out that the problem with the final map goes beyond the Grant Line Road condition. While it is the most obvious one and the one that has the greatest concern with respect to health and safety, there are some 76 conditions that relate to that map, and a number of those conditions have not been satisfied. So the problem goes beyond simply improving Grant Line Road to reduce the congestion. This subdivider has a duty, like every other subdivider, to conform to the tentative map conditions. And even if Grant Line is satisfied, there are still other conditions out there that were not covered in great detail at our last meeting because the attention was on Grant Line that have not been satisfied. And finally, I would point out to you, I did present an amended letter to you, I believe, on Monday that talked about the relationship of final maps and the PSAA and the fact that under the rules of the PSAA, that it is the CSD that has been given primary responsibility in that agreement to determine when road issues have been satisfied, and the county, the language actually that the county wanted at the time when we did that, is the county concedes that responsibility to the CSD, and that's why it's important for us to turn to the CSD with respect to these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll make a motion to recommend the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution to disapprove the final map of tract number 3670, also known as Mountain House, Neighborhood D, Unit 2, number 2, and number 4.
Second.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 5-0. Thank you all. Okay, and finally we have some board comments and or committee reports. Wishing to speak? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try and briefly run through a few of these. Went to, on January 31st, there was a great night out of the Stockton Kings against the Memphis Hustle. It was employee night for San Joaquin County. It was great to see a lot of San Joaquin employees getting together in the hundreds. So that was fantastic. I did have a meeting, Madam Chair, with Chris Woods and Carol Ornalis. I was informed that there was she was doing a housing development on Tamil Shanter on my district, north of Hammer Lane, and I went to the location. It was south of Hammer Lane, so it's in your district. She has a new location, and I was looking for, and continuing to look, as I had told our CAO, Ms. Monica Nino, that I'm looking for something in my district because I'm without a community center, but in particular that Tamil Shanter and that north side of Hammer Lane is a hotbed for gang activity and crime and drugs and a lot of bad things. So I walked away from that meeting and let her know that I was misinformed on the location. It's not my district. So you may hear from her on that as it relates to that location. But I continue to look for, and I've spoken again, Ms. Nino, about locating something in my area. Had an opportunity to join the UCC board on a teleconference for the urban counties as a representative of this board. And there was a robust discussion, as we all know, about homelessness. And there were some concerns. In particular, it was being recommended by some counties and by the governor that there would be a legal mechanism that if the counties or cities aren't meeting certain benchmarks, we'd be subject to lawsuit. So that was very concerning, and we're actually going to form a subcommittee to address some of the homeless issues as it relates to state policy, as we were pretty unanimous in believing that we do not want to open up a mechanism of suing municipalities or counties for not reaching benchmarks. And as pointed out, if you look at the handicap ordinance and the many, many lawsuits that happen throughout the state by a few select people on behalf of the standards, it's very precarious and very concerning. So CSAC is engaged, and so is the UCC on that, and I'll report back further in the future. Let's see. Next thing, I just will finish, I guess, on I did a teletown hall and a neighborhood meeting regarding homelessness, and talked to several hundred people over the last weekend, and there is robust concern on what was happening. And I know there's some news coming down the line, and there's some funding and some allocations from the state that the COC has been working on. The public is crying out for cleaning it all up. And they love the idea of navigation center, emergency services, emergency shelter, a place where we can bring them, that population. How that happens and how it works is yet to be fully determined. But of the couple hundred people I spoke with over this last weekend, 100% agree that we need to clean up our community and help these people that are causing this public safety and public health issue. And at that time, I think that's all I have to share. Thank you.
All righty. Then we are going to turn it to County Council for announcing closed session.
Board will meet in closed session on the item listed on the agenda. There is no announcement expected coming out of closed session. Chair, you could adjourn to closed session if that's yours.
Go ahead and adjourn.
Adjourn to closed session, yes.
Then we are going to adjourn to closed session. Thank you, and we will see you back here February 25th.